And now the news. Yesterday, in Ashfield and the woods near Silent Hill, the bodies of 5 apparent murder victims and a 6th severely wounded female were discovered. The woman was immediately rushed to St. Jerome's Hospital, but died a short time later of her injuries. She has been identified.
After 7 months of fighting, the civil war in Shadaloo may have reached the turning point. The capital has just fallen.
Defeating the heavily armed forces of General M.
Pandemonium. Pandemonium.
Pandemonium. Pandemonium. Pandemonium.
See
Pandemonium.
now, catch a vision. View me in the eyes of an eagle. High above the plains, but still remains equal. Living out no matter how fly, there is no sequel. I am not a supreme being, free people. Cause many minds are zombified, that's why they never rest. Fighting for the life and fighting holes in the chest. Merely scavengers, but no one will confess. But in time, they will all undress. Living in the lost and found, trapped without sound. Dapping as a bound, means this way underground. No calculating, cause it's all round. Round like a figure, an old school calligraphy. So wicked that you don't wanna see. Far greater than the eye, so you can fly kindly. Used to have a tax on T, now they got a tax on me. But that's if you can find me. Tripping with the scenes of the pandemic.
Pandemonium. Pandemonium. Pandemonium.
He been causing more calamity to me than amity. Feel horror, real horror, way more wicked than Gomorrah or Sodom. I should've shot him, but I didn't right then. Tell me my man hit it, just because I'm tenant. Reason why they hit me with a rotten label and use trickery to put my cards up on the table. So they can copy, but they're unable. They come sloppy, ill-equipped to grip the sacred cable, stretching out that age-old fable. How they're not really my friends. They can't wait to infiltrate and get me for my incense. Then trend in everything I do. The devil tried to throw his wicked wrench into with his henchmen crew. Main reason why I resist whack guys and let them know they couldn't rap me with aluminum. When you what? When I'm called the pandemonium. Pandemonium.
Pandemonium. Pandemonium.
Somebody tell me what's wrong with this pitch.
What?
How long will it take before it hits ya? And you begin to understand the dirty, underhanded plan and place pandemonium upon the land. Face to face with the faces of death on a daily basis. To the point we embrace this. What? Demonic debauchery, negatively affecting the psyche. That's why we like to see some type of monster chasing, erasing people from the face of the earth like Jason. When that was just a movie merely illustrating the illy type of that they really got weight. And I can't be condoning.
Why is that?
What was it? My perpetuating pandemonium. Pandemonium.
Pandemonium.
Mere minute to handicap to adapt on my terrain and remain in the same frame of thought. And they only caught half. I laugh at the foolish attempt to pin my technique. So I set a new mark, transforming my style to reconcile with the present peasant. Meaning unplugged condition, flex finishes on my trail. You will fail and hell, the young male who rebel when all hell breaks. I hate fakes. What's I hate fakes? Men get persecuted for making mistakes. I stay low like a sheet of linoleum. When it comes to pandemonium. When it comes to pandemonium.
Pandemonium. Pandemonium. Pandemonium. Pandemonium. Pandemonium. Pandemonium. Pandemonium.
I punch my enemy until he falls off the screen. It is about to collapse. I stomp and smash your machine. Stay tuned to updates. The running skeleton. I eat off Titanic artifacts. On a waterfront restaurant, sitting in the freezing Arctic with a pelican. Your style get abandoned. You must pay attention so you won't fall behind. A tiger in the river pulled a man from his boat unkind. I sent a canary, 135. I punch my enemy until he falls off the screen. It is about to collapse. I stomp and smash your machine. Stay tuned to updates. The running skeleton. I eat off Titanic artifacts. On a waterfront restaurant, sitting in the freezing Arctic with a pelican. Your style get abandoned. You must pay attention so you won't fall behind. A tiger in the river pulled a man from his boat unkind. I sent a canary, 135 Maple Drive, and I blast that hospital ship out of the sky. People running, screaming, we'll never get away in time. Gun walking Joe like angel dust, up close and dangerous, experience true to life. Swordplay and motion captured blind. His cantankerous sword, the wild junkyard dog, rocket funding. Sun, the hour of the gun, raining Los Angeles. the leader of the colony. Punch your face in. One Indian brave knave would stand ostentatious in the woods. He had buried hatchets with Arias, the forest stood. Like the Wolverine shots of darkness is seen of no good. Like the Ewoks in the forest of Massachusetts. The hanging monkey knuckles, something shiny. Bat hunting, extortionist, nothing could. Before the Spaniards brought the horse by the hoof, he would stake out at night by the Anarax's campfire an enemy Indian brood. He would later charge with a torch and an axe, and as they stood, he was hit and broken by spears off out the moon's hood. His torch hit the ground in the underwood. The small clan at night tried to escape and should, because a dead.
Greetings to all who joined today. Got the morning show popping out here. Welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And we were gonna have some guests here this morning, but it was on such short notice. We actually don't know if anybody will come and talk to the Machine Lies today. But, everybody is welcome to click the link. We were going over certain aspects of, major historical shifts, ideological shifts, the roots of industrial society. What are some of the roots of industrial society? Well, one of the things that we call a root of industrial society is techno-liberalism. Techno-liberalism is the understanding of man in terms of the dialectic. In liberalism, you have the dialectic between collectivism and individualism. Okay, in technique, there is a dialectic of science and art. Okay, artifice, art, means artifice, the artificial, and the organic. Well, what is artifice? Artifice is what we impose on the world. What is intrinsic to nature, well, how we interrelate the human element with the environment, that's called oikos. Oikos. Oikos is a Greek word meaning environment, family, economics. You know what I mean? So there's a lot to that term, but what are we talking about? We're talking about the 4 different stages of technological advancement. And we're gonna be doing some reading and stuff today. Instead of me just giving a little lecture or whatever, the same way I did last few times. I gave almost an hour-long explanation of some of these themes. And I did recently on the Jesse Missing Link channel. If you want to go and watch, I did a 3-hour explanation of some of the main concepts in the philosophy of technology, but I got this, tweet here. I tweeted this out a long time ago. Barely got any response from anyone. That's just how these Twitter things work. I've heard some genius statements on here that were never being paid attention by anyone. You know what I mean? Let me see where I put this. Whoops, I seem to have lost it. But yeah, I had a tweet a long time ago. Let me see if I can find it again. But yeah, it was about the various stages: mythos, theos, mechanos, mythos, logos, theos, mechanos, the 4 stages of human advancement. The first stage, mythos, is when nature was peopled with divinities. The second stage, logos, was when we made those divinities in terms of human forms. So human rationality was the precipice between the ordinary and the divine. And then we have a more advanced stage, which is theos, which is where man projects himself back into the supernatural, you know. And this is it contained in Saint Eusebius' quote, you know, uh, in order for man to become like God, God had to first become like man. You know what I'm saying? So that was one of their, one of the, quotes that they made. But yeah, I'm trying to find this quote for myself. Trying to find a quote for myself that I made on Twitter. Annoying. I just had it open and they closed the fucking page. Fucking obnoxious. See, I prepare for these shows, guys. Okay, here it is. According to anthropologists, philosophers, there are three epochs. One, mythos, the age of symbols and poetic expression. Two, theos, the age of religion. And three, mechanos, the age of science and technology. Our solutions to each: one, smash the idols. Two, fuck the system. Three, kill the drones. Okay. Okay. The God of today is Mechanos. You know what I mean? Yeah, I just noticed I'm not sharing anything on the screen. Well, isn't that fucking great, guys? Here, let me show you guys. Shit, this is what I wrote. According to anthropologists, philosophers, there are three epochs. One, mythos. And of course, I missed logos, which I just explained, you know. But what is world history? You know what I mean? World history is contained within these factions, within this chain of progress. And I'm sorry, you guys, I could barely see that there. Man, bless. Hey, Nachiketo, what's going on, brother? Hey, what's popping? But yeah, let me see if I could maybe make that much bigger. There you guys go. So yeah, and here's one of my definitions. I say technology conceals its means while delivering us a certain end. The process and the means used is essentially hidden from us. We are told to focus on why and the what instead of the how. Technology bids us to pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. This is a mystery shit. But yeah, guys, this is some of my writings on Twitter, from a long time ago, actually. I got no response from these. See, look at this. 3 likes, 1 retweet. Excellent. My little unknown Twitter page. But yeah, bless you guys, man, for being out here with us, talking about historical epochs, and the great shifts in the world, that led us to this technological age. What are your thoughts, Nachiketa? Bless you, man. Oh, you're actually muted, my friend. Whoops. Yeah, bless you, brother. Thank you for being out here with us. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. I can hear you now a little bit, but you're very low. Let me try to turn you up. See if I could turn this up somehow from this. That's all. That's all I could do. I can't turn you up that much. You're very low, my friend. Yeah, we'll have Nachikita come back in hopefully. But I have man, I have a little drawing I made. It's really shitty drawing, man. I hope I could approve this drawing. Let me go bring it for you guys, man. Damn. You know what I mean? Oh, here's Nachi. Keita. Bless, brother. What's up? No, we can't hear you still. Don't know what's going on.
Okay, I'll come back. I'll be back.
Yeah, you could hear like a little bit. I could hear only a tiny bit. If you go back and listen to yourself on the recording, maybe you'll know what the problem is. Yeah, bless brother. Yeah, that's a shame because I love talking to my brother there. So it's a shame. But yeah, man. Thanks for showing up for the job, especially. It's the thought that counts, my brother. So regardless of whether you figure it out, I still thank you for joining me here. And it's always just we never know how much time we're actually going to spend with everyone. I spent 2 years with my wife, you know eating, sleeping with somebody for 2 years, and she doesn't even call me anymore. This is how it is. This is how life is. It's a cold, dark place. you know um, People will give up on you. What I mean, people you've known for years, they'll just give up on you. It's just crazy, man. It's crazy hard out there. What I mean? And yeah, we got to stick together out here, man. I really believe that. I don't mean in sort of collectivism. Why have collectivism when we can have community? A collective is nonsense. Collectives are, they're professional. First of all, anything that's professional is degraded. The only help we need is unprofessional folks. What's going on, Nachki? Nope, he's still a little low. And I turned you up all the way, so I'm not,
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Actually, do you think there could be
it,
something
it,
else?
it, it just kind of sounds like you're far away. It sounds like you're far away. Maybe if you pick up the mic up or put it on the put it next to you or something like that. No, that doesn't go either. Yeah.
How about the audience? Can the audience hear me, or I'm the
Oh,
one
oh,
coming in low?
oh, oh, wait, you're coming in a little more clear now. Shit. What was that? Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just adjustment or something. Yeah. But yeah.
Um, Weird. I reset my computer and then my mic is all the way up. So
It sounds like a
I don't
problem
know. I
with
think
the headphone or the type of mic or something like that because you're coming in. I could hear you very low. Like I heard you just say that you reset your computer and everything. It's very, very. Oh, something. They just like had a crackling noise, like like static. I don't know what this is. Some. I think maybe you you dropped your headphone into some water or some shit. Yeah.
okay. Then I'll have to come back later. So sorry about that.
Okay, brother. Yeah, yeah. Well, it's good to see you this morning. Anyways, yeah. Bless. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, yeah. I hate that. Yeah, I hate that. Yeah. See, this is the problem. Technique. How do we get through the wires? To talk to each other at all. And the wires translate. You know, um, yeah, ear straining. Yes, there's something with the distance. Sounds like you're far away. Hopefully, you get it fixed. You're welcome to try as many times as you want to, my brother. There's no shame in trying. Because I'd love to try to talk to you. So use this as a as a troubleshooting. You know what I'm saying? Don't worry about my show. There's no problems. Bless, man. Thank you. You know what I mean? Let's figure it out because people need to hear Nachikita for sure. So bless, man. Thank you guys, man, for bearing with us. Reset the device. Plug connection. Yeah, these are all good pieces of advice because it seemed like it's the piece of equipment. But yeah, man, I know. Oh, of course, man. Bless you guys, man. You got to be patient out here, man. You know, you never know what's going on. You never know. It's easy to assume things. There's so much layered contextualization. That's one thing I wanted to talk to you guys is about the use of symbols. Man, symbols are, they're, symbols are technology. Technology, see symbols, symbols are neutral. Technology, I don't think is neutral. Technology has uses, and those uses are well directed, well defined purpose and ends. And this is what the process of enframing is. It's delivering us a result. Technology is used for something. Okay, what it's used for, what it's made for, what it's made by is not a neutral process by any means. But the symbols used to encode that process, those are neutral. Those can be contextualized, and they can be contextualized in terms of the over contextualization of symbols overrides their meaning. Okay, you can look at one symbol. Okay, if they show it to you long enough and associate it, okay, with different meanings, you will begin to associate those meanings with that symbol. This is how the mind works. Okay, this is a very primitive form of magic. Okay, it's called rendering. Okay, and this is chaos magic. You know what I'm saying? Right? When you render something, okay, you can change it in a way. You can influence things with your mind. This is a very subtle technique. Okay, but it is technique. Magic is technique. Okay, primitive technique. Okay, magic falls under the guise of technology. Okay, so if you think that technology can be inherently bad or good, consider that sorcery, okay, is a form of technology. Okay. I'm not saying that all technology is a form of sorcery. That's not what I'm saying. Okay. I'm simply saying that symbols, okay, can be hijacked. Okay. And so can your mind. If you could be told what to see and think, you could be told what to do and say. Okay. This is primary. Okay. And what do symbols have? Symbols, okay, are sometimes inert, meaning you have to supply them with meaning, overlaying contextualization onto those symbols. Okay. There's also signs. Signs point to things. What do they point to? They point to objects. Okay. There's objects, there's signs, there's symbols, there's significations for things. All right. And all of these operators, all right, yeah, operator, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, bless. All right. Okay, we got another attempt from our friend. Let's go.
Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, perfect. I'm glad to run this troubleshooting
Okay.
with you. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, you're coming
All
in
right.
clear, bro. Yeah, excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course, of course. Yeah,
Uh, I missed what you were saying, so don't let me interrupt you, please.
Oh no, oh no. I'm just talking about symbols, and this is kind of ties back to something you may already know about. About Edward Bernays, how he got the women to smoke.
Yeah, from propaganda, Edward Bernays, like
Yeah,
basically he
exactly.
was
Yeah,
promoting women to smoke with like what it's a torch of liberty or something like this. That's what the
exactly,
cigarettes were.
exactly, exactly. So this is kind of what I'm talking about. I'm talking about overlaying symbols with use of contextualization. So a cigarette, a woman lighting a cigarette can mean so many things. You know what I mean? In this one context, because of the context, because he's able to overlay contextualization, to overload the symbol. Of course, a woman lighting a cigarette, the physical act, you can think of in a scientific way. Obviously she's inhaling smoke. That smoke is contains stimulant, chemical, nicotine that interacts with her neurotransmitters, and it causes a pleasant feeling, and it also causes a degradation of health. Now, this is not what's happening when Bernays presents a woman smoking a cigarette to us. That what I just presented was reality, right? Which is the true impact of what's happening. But he's able to create this meaning about these rich debutantes, where the cigarette actually represents freedom, liberty. you know, uh, and that is the amazing aspect of this. That somebody lighting a cigarette, it could mean so many things. You know what I mean? Um, depending on the context, and that's exactly my point. Is that symbols, they're not stable. You can overload them with contextualization, and that goes back to logic. Because logic, you need operators, you need stable operators. Statement A has to mean A. You know what I mean? For a logical
Mhm,
pattern to work. You know what I mean? If you want to encode things, they have to be stable. But
mhm, mhm.
you know,
Well,
you know,
yeah, like symbols do change over time. Like a swastika is another example. It's like it means auspiciousness, right? Like kind of cycle and stuff like this. But then if people see the swastika, the first thing that they're probably going to be thinking about is like those people from Germany, right? So, and like in the past as well, like it was like a bit of a taboo for women to to be smoking cigarettes, right? But then whole I believe it's the suffrage act, where the women wanted to have the rights to vote, and Edward Bernays also taking advantage of this kind of trend or movement, and basically he doubled the sales of tobacco, because it's not only men smoking it, it's women smoking it as well. So you know it's two for one.
2 for 1 through subliminal programming. And it's just the very rudimentary stage of how it works. It's getting you to connect symbols with things that they're not connected with. Things outside of their reference frame, but then overloading that contextualization. And he knew this. Why? Because he was the nephew of Sigmund Freud. And Sigmund Freud had said that there's a subconscious mind and an unconscious mind. And actually, the majority of our cognitive processes come from this unconscious or subconscious layer that we actually can't tap into. They're programs that we can't tap into. And
Yeah.
and that goes into cybernetics as well. But yeah.
Yeah, I think our subconscious mind is much more powerful than our conscious mind in general. There's a lot going on in there that we're not aware of, right? And a lot of these subliminal messages are work based on our subconscious mind, right?
Yeah. I don't know if you ever uh, heard the story of Shang Tzu and the butcher. It's such a dope
No,
story.
I'm not familiar with.
Oh God, he's got this one story about a butcher that never sharpens his blade. and he said that this butcher basically knew where all the sinews and the muscles and all of the all the connective tissue was in the cow. So he would just go and skin the hide with one stroke. So you'd give him a cow. He'd go, and just give you the skin. Put the cow to the side. You give him another one. Cut the thing up, put it on the side. So he never sharpened his blade, never dulled because he cut it in one stroke. And he gave the perfect
Mhm,
one
mhm.
stroke every time. So the blade never dulled. And that is the thing about mastery. Whatever is mastered or learned, habitual, it becomes second nature, and it's kind of counterintuitive because you think like, man, something that's programmed into us, that's something we know front and back, but yet when we do it, we don't even think about it. so it's fascinating, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I think people tend not to think about the things, they're conditioned in a particular way, right? Like we're raised in a particular culture, indoctrinated in these schools, and we were given the information that we're given. But I kind of feel like, our ability to like critically think through um, events and situation has been kind of like, uh, I don't know, like pulled away from us a little bit somehow, like they don't want us to be able to critically think through things, they just want to condition us in a particular way, so we just become very robotic and regurgitate information, right? That's how we become good students, right? Just memorization and things like that. So
Yeah, and I heard somewhere that the CIA had like a training program where you'd have like flashcards, and and like you'd have a name connected to the flashcard, that wasn't really connected in any way to the idea that's represented on the flashcard, and then you would have to relate that to like a feeling or a smell or something like that. So there was three levels of information encoded into one card, and you would have to remember it. So remembering information that's attached to other things that it's not connected to, and training yourself to recognize that on cue, that's a sign of intelligence. That you could radically improve your intelligence, just by you know connecting things, that aren't necessarily linked on the surface level, but once you apply different meaning to it, you're able to stretch your mind in a new way, form new connections in your brain, and that actually improves your overall intelligence. You know, uh, I could
I
see
guess it's
that.
like using more senses, like because it's
Yeah.
maybe words are just visual, but if you use sound, right? Words can
Right.
be also sound, but if you add smell to that, that's another, I don't know, bit of information that you can use to store that information, right? More associations, more connections, like more connections we have, like with our neurons, uh, it's like a quantum computer. I feel like, like the brain can be used in that kind of capacity, but if it's just limited in its connection and the number of connections, then it's not going to you're not going to be able to identify or categorize things as well, right? You're going to have limited amount of vocabulary, etc. Ideas will be also limited, I imagine.
Yeah, or if you just let things, you know, sort of hit you how they will, then your brain, then your subconscious and your unconscious programming kind of does what it wants with it. It kind of places it where it needs to be placed, and that's kind of the danger of spoon feeding yourself information. The passive intake of information, I think. I think taking those symbols and using them and changing them and figuring out what it means so that you're not passively consuming these things. That's one of the things, is taking the symbol and creating your own meaning with it, like how they do with the Coca-Cola or McDonald's. Certain people associate the McDonald's symbol with something evil. You know what I mean? Something nefarious. Or Mickey Mouse. Like they see McDonald's or Mickey Mouse, and they think, uh oh. And there's something to that. That there is something nefarious, or You know, you often see them used in a demonic context, or you see Ronald McDonald being used in in a demonic context, the way it was um on um on Flow State's show, you know, where you had the Ronald McDonald clown beating somebody up and he's getting choked out. That's like, you know, it's the reverse process. You know
I
what I mean?
I guess it depends on your awareness, like if you are not aware of what these organizations are really involved in, and it's like all these commercials, they're not going to like present themselves as like evil or horrible companies, right? They're going to want to present themselves as like, family orientated, for kids and stuff like this. But if you really see what's going on behind the scenes, obviously that would require some awareness, maybe some trust in the research, and then you're going to start associating these symbols, Mickey Mouse or Disney, it doesn't matter, whatever symbols, and you're going to start looking at them, that's not something that you want to associate yourself with.
Yeah, one of
Not
the
everything is what it seems, right?
yeah, one of the collaborators of Basquiat was Ram LZ, and he had this idea called Gothic futurism. I don't know if you've ever heard of this concept, you know, but this is a very
I've
interesting
heard of Basquiat, Michael
yeah,
Basquiat, the painter, the
yeah,
artist, who
Michael
was in
Basquiat.
association with Andy Warhol, right? They
Yeah,
were uh, they were around the same era, right? He was doing all
yeah,
these like kind of like a crayon drawing, like stick figures type
yeah,
thing that an 8-year-old would do.
yeah. Yeah, but he said it's in this Ionic treatise. He wrote this thing called the Ionic treatise, um, Gothic futurism, assassin knowledges of the remanipulated square points. He said graffiti and artwork are based on his theory, Gothic futurism, which describes the battle between letters and their symbolic warfare against any standardization enforced by the rules of the alphabet. So so that's pretty. He's kind of fighting. He's kind of getting onto this thing that I'm talking about, taking the symbols, taking them back, and using them, you know, in a form of symbolic warfare, if you will. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Reclaiming the alphabet. You know what I mean? You know. But yeah, one of his ideas is, and the idea really comes from this kind of new speak, where like, you know, yeah, and you can see how they're training people with emojis. You know, this is one of the things I've been talking about, is that, you know, they're training people with these prepackaged responses, and the effect that it has is that you barely feel the thing that you're expressing on the screen. So there's a psychosomatic detachment between what you're actually expressing and how you're expressing it, and what you're saying you're expressing, because obviously somebody who's rolling on the floor laughing typing that is not actually rolling on the floor laughing. They wouldn't be able to type. You know, so you
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
so it's not an actual expression. You know, that's the problem, is these inane forms of expression, that we've been tied into these inane forms of expression, and that causes a further level of psychosomatic detachment, you know, extra layer of numbness, if you will, you know. You know.
It's a new language, you could say, right? It's like my parents would not speak in this way or write in this way, but like, it's like kind of going along with the trend, and also like kind of keeping up with what other people are doing, because language has this kind of colloquial aspect to it, where like, for example, like the word literally, if people use the word literally in the wrong way, it turns into figuratively. So we don't have any word for literally now, because literally my house didn't literally get up and walk around, right? It figuratively got up and walk around. But like if people use literally, oh my god, I literally shat my pants or something like this, like like people use it in the wrong way, and that becomes the norm, right? So it when it becomes the norm, then that automatically changes the meaning. And if you want to, like, keep up with the lingo of today, and you want to be able to communicate with people, you have to keep up with all that which is going on, including emojis and laugh my fucking ass off, right? Like those kind of like acronyms, right? So it's a newspeak. It's another way of communicating with each other. It's modern language.
Yeah, and that's also a problem with sarcasm. You know, it is the inherent numbness, you know, that it imparts. And the lack of actual real amusement. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's like not only a false sense of amusement, but a false sense of emotion. And conditioning yourself in that way, always with sarcasm, always with emoticons, it makes you emotionally placid, folks. And anytime somebody raises their voice or something like that, people associate that with some sort of emotional tirade, but what it actually is creating is oversensitivity. You know what I mean? You know, like, I personally don't have a problem with people yelling and getting emotional, even online. I think the thing is that, it's better that than this sort of pitiful, placid, emasculated sarcasm, or whatever this kind of, you know, I think that is a real danger.
Well, it's just
Oh, I think you muted yourself or something. But yeah, you were gonna say something.
no. I'm experiencing a little bit of a delay over here on my end. So,
Oh, I see.
but I was just going to say that uh, what I was going to say is that, like with anything, with overuse, right? It loses meaning. That can be with any
That's right.
words, or kind of like sarcasm. As an example, I remember a friend of mine. He used to be very sarcastic and almost always sarcastic, and it got to a point where actually you didn't know whether he was being sarcastic or serious. Because like it was he was overdoing it, and he himself would not know, because he was so sarcastic so often that he lost this kind of like ability to understand when he was being serious or not. Like everything became sarcastic, so everything lost really meaning, and nothing became funny or not funny, because it just became a blend of sarcasm, right? And that's what we have to kind of worry about, right? It's about the how we communicate with one another. Like, there's nothing wrong with sarcasm. There's nothing wrong with humor, but overdoing it, of course, is gonna destroy our means of communicating with one another.
Yeah, it's an interesting topic. Thanks for having me up, brother. Um, Afrofuturism. I mentioned it. I made a comment in the chat section earlier. When we think about Ebonics, it's stylistic. Yeah, when we talk about Ebonics, we're talking about stylistic language. We're talking about emojis and stuff. We're talking about our own styles of languages. Anybody else created their own script for your own private member association? That's all it is. It's just being creative so you can create your own way of communicating.
That's right. That's right. I had some friends who did that. Very impressive. You can create your own letters and symbols and create your own alphabet, create your own verbs and joiners, your own conjunctive forms. You study grammar. It's not that hard to create your own language, folks, and teach it to a few people, and you can communicate with them personally with your own fucking language. Nobody else will know what you guys are saying. It's very easy to do that. People think it's hard, but yeah, we see Wizard demonstrating that, yeah, it can be done, and probably should be done as often as possible. but yeah,
And you notice here, it's got mine at the top. This is my text. And then just like the Chippewa Cree, when they want to communicate it to others, they put it in the language of the people they want to communicate. So when the Chippewa Cree wrote out their stories and stuff, they would translate and give them a copy of both and a key to their writing. This is on my page, and there's the codex key. So that way you can translate it yourself. All you got to do is put in your effort to learn.
Fascinating and incredible. You know what I mean? And yeah, essentially what we're talking about is overloading meaning with layers of contextualization. And you could program symbols, you can encode your own symbols, create your own code. And of course, in reality today, there's two types of people in the world. There's code makers and there's code breakers. There's people who encode symbols and there's people who break down the meaning of those symbols. In other words, there's people who hide information and there's people who expose information. There's only two types of people in the world. And the rest of them are useful idiots. The rest of the people are useful idiots, unfortunately. But yeah, language is the base of logic. As I said, language is language is to logic what um where was my little quote here? Let me find my little quote. Math is to science what logic is to language. Haha. I'm a genius, you guys. To read my own writing to tell you guys what's up.
Everything is a pattern.
That's right.
That's right. Patterns. And so what happens when it's not your pattern?
Well, then you're in the maze, as they say. You know what I mean? You're part of the game. You're stuck in the game.
No, what happens when your language is not the pattern of the game?
Well, we got to think about everything like the Mandelbrot set. Everything's going to be a pattern.
Oh my God,
All
that's
you have
crazy.
to do is be able to recognize a pattern, and then you can sort it out from the pattern that you're in.
Okay, wizard, you have to realize that you're in the ultimate pattern of no one else.
Right.
So,
I think if you realize that, then that's your true ascension, and you disassociate from the other patterns. Otherwise, you have to learn how to vibrate within a certain range of frequencies.
Okay, so whether we feel like whether we feel like we're resonating in your pattern, no one really knows how to get there. So, and
right,
you're not really good at replicating or reciprocating the knowledge as it should be, and no one feels comfortable. So you live in your little hermit.
Well, that may be you, but technically, and I've heard Paul say it many times as well as many other people. Life isn't about being comfortable. It isn't a life that you're supposed to enjoy every moment. It's about getting outside of your comfort zone so you can learn what is out there. That's the uncomfortable part, is the learning, because now you got to start all over.
Well, I'm with you on that, but starting a movement, maybe you're not trying to start a movement. So
Yeah, I'm not trying to start a movement. The movement's already there. I'm trying to flow with it. I could be pissed as hell, and you guys know how angry I get or express on here, right? And that's the intangible world. He fucking stole my bike again. You think I'm up here ranting and raving because I'm so uncomfortable because now I got to start over again? No,
Was
it's
it
just I gotta flow with the frequency. So all I can do is put out what I can and know that what I put out is gonna come back. I don't need any extra. I don't need the expectation that what I put out will come back in the way I want it to. He's gonna laugh at me. He never failed to provide, not once. If he had, I wouldn't be here.
I have this like constant struggle with like surrender and free will. So, do we just surrender to God, or in like?
Are you familiar with the story of Jacob, brother?
No, I'm just in generalities, dude. I like. Do we give up and we surrender to
The
everything?
real war is within yourself, and it has to deal with getting over that uncomfortable stuff. You're gonna be uncomfortable.
Well,
You're
we're
never
all
gonna
gonna be
be
on.
able to
We're
avoid it.
all gonna be on. I'm sorry, I'll let you finish, Wizard.
We're all gonna be uncomfortable at various different times of our life. This is what allows us to be able to notice what we enjoy in life. If we don't have that uncomfort, we get stuck in the joy and cognitive dissonance of comfort and letting everybody else think that they should be doing things for us while we expect them to do things for us. Again, get out of your comfort zone and learn how to make those expectations of yourself. The true message of Jacob's ladder, in my opinion, is that you're battling yourself.
Yeah, blah blah blah. Like, I mean, is we when you let everything go and let God let live, and your life is the most terrible thing it could be. And you're like, okay, that like let's let. Oh, God did this to me. Or do you make a mountain like can you transcend and do better? Or was that just God and free will and we just like let it go? I don't really understand the free will / let it go, let it live, let God let go. Like what are we supposed to do? Are we gonna manifest our destiny, or are we gonna manifest yet? Or are we gonna just like God let it go for us? Like please let me understand that.
I think in modern times, people have gotten way too much. We're born into a world, literally a silver spoon in our mouth with all this technology. I made a comment that Tommy's running around with trying to go ape shit with it, saying that I said, you're not supposed to be going to hospitals to have babies. I never said that. What I did do was ask, why would you? If you know every other creature out there goes through a natural process of birthing, why would you let other people tell you you have to go to a hospital to have a baby? That's the first problem in our lives today, is the convenience of letting somebody else take care of the nature of things. And then you get
Yeah,
to point the finger at them if
well
something goes wrong.
let me interrupt you here.
Hold on. What happens if you're having a birth in nature and something goes wrong and there's no doctor? Who do you blame that on?
Yeah, who do you blame me on? I was a C-section baby that wasn't supposed to be born.
No, you're just believing.
Yeah, like I was 26.
You're just believing somebody
No,
else's opinion that
no,
said you
listen.
weren't going to be born properly, and so they had to cut you out. That's not always
Yeah.
the case.
Well, that's what happened with me. So either I was dead and not meant to be here, or was that God? Do we let human beings intervene with me being born? So me, Jeff Pizer, having this, my mind, my thoughts, my beings, and who I am, this impact in this world.
Again, yeah, I think you're taking it the same way as Tommy. I never said that you're not supposed to. I'm asking, why are you so dependent upon this shit? You
I'm
are
not
dependent
dependent on
upon
shit.
processed foods. You're dependent upon all the poisons that you drink. You're dependent upon all that stuff, and that's the
Who
problem.
said
You're not
who? Said who?
things
Said
back.
who? First of all, you're putting a lot of fucking things in my mouth. I don't do any of that. I was talking about the point of being born or birthed
Okay,
into this life. You
okay.
lost a
If you
child,
were born into this
right?
life without any of
Wizard,
this
you lost.
technology and everything that provides the convenience to blame somebody else for a fault or something, if you weren't born in it.
I don't blame anyone for shit. I am me, bro.
I understand that, but that's what it's causing when we become dependent. It's because we now have somebody that we can blame it on. Why are you not dependent upon yourself naturally so you can look at yourself and blame it on yourself? Because that's how you grow. That's how you learn.
Okay, that's a non sequitur, dude. We all do that.
You're looking for a free will. That's your free will
I'm not looking
to
for
make
free
your own
will.
decisions and take your own responsibilities and quit playing them off on somebody else in every situation.
Wizard, I think you do that everywhere you go. You got like 18 profiles.
Yeah. You guys
And
understand what you guys understand how these corporations operate and how they
why
protect them?
why do you feel the need to be like 18 profiles deep?
Okay,
And
I'm going to explain that since
no,
you brought it
no,
up.
let me finish. Let me finish. Why do you feel the need to be 18, 20 profiles deep and be a troll and fuck
On the
with people because you have nothing else to
troll.
do? Like,
See,
do you
that's
not
you
have any?
protecting it, and because now if you give me my time to speak, you guys know what an authors guild is and how they protect themselves? Do you know how the business investment firms protect themselves? They don't go out as individual lawyer firms. It's called a firm because there's a bunch of them that work together.
What I see with you, Wizard, is that you have nothing else to do all day, every day, and that you just spend all time researching nothing but everything to nothing. You have no family. You have nothing else to
I
do.
have no family. That's a good projection there, too. You
That's
know
not a
nothing
project.
about me. And again, we have a situation where what you see on this fucking device in front of you, motherfuckers, is a fucking device.
It's an
It's third
observation.
party. Listen,
It's an
it's third
observation,
party.
Wizard. I've seen
Don't
you for
see
like
a tip
I've
of my
seen you for
life on
like the
here
last year and
except
a
the
half.
tip of the fucking iceberg. How would you like to see the tip of my cock, brother? Then you can tell everybody all about me by viewing the tip of my cock.
Jesus.
Wizard, you literally, this is an observation
I am
for
not
like
talking about
over
you,
a year.
Jeff. Why are you talking about me?
Oh my god. That was
Started
This
out
is
on
good.
a conversation about free will, and you wanted to start bringing me into it as if though I'm a guy with a problem. You're trying to help you
I
understand
didn't
the free will, and you're
I
sitting
didn't
there
say you were a
pointing a
problem,
finger at me.
Wizard.
You're an ignorant fuck. You should go get some sleep. Fuck you.
Okay, if you're triggered, don't be triggered. I love you, Wizard. I don't have anything bad to say about you.
Then why are you saying bad about me? You just called me
This
a
is
motherfucking troll. You fucking ignorant bitch.
because you are a troll, bro.
Oh, I'm a troll. I'm a troll. I got
Okay.
8 fucking accounts and I told you all about them. I'm a troll.
Yeah.
A
So
troll is
you.
somebody that goes around in the back scenes,
So
hiding under bridges. You know, remember the 3 ugly trolls hiding under a bridge? And then they jump
okay.
out and snatch you? That's a
So
fucking
you.
troll.
So you just yeah.
Yeah.
You convicted yourself because you have 18 accounts.
Yeah. And I told you all about them, and you can have every fucking name as I sit down there in the chats and say the same shit over and over. You want to block me? I pull up a new account saying the same fucking shit. Every
Okay,
last
so what is your problem?
knows who I am.
So what is wrong with you?
Tell me.
I'm asking you a question to why you would think that you need to have 18 accounts.
Again, you didn't understand.
I only have listen. No. Let me
You
finish.
tell
Let me
anybody
finish. Let me
was
finish. Let me
down
finish.
with
Let me
18 accounts.
finish. You have. I've only ever had one account.
Going to be able to shut me down with 18 accounts. How about the different accounts on all the different social sites? How about my own website? I just got done showing you.
I don't care about all that, Wizard.
I'm a troll. One of the most public motherfuckers out there, and I'm a troll. You're an ignorant fuck.
No, you're a public troll, and you admit it. So you have like 18 accounts. I've got one account. It's called Mr. Pie. I don't fucking have to make a fake account and get blocked and go over and over again because I am who I am. Why do you have to be a fake motherfucker and make 20 accounts?
I'm a fake. I'm the fake.
And why do you have to make all those accounts then?
How am I a fake? I'm telling you everything about me that you need to know on here, and I'm the fake. You ignorant fuck. Fuck off.
Okay. I'm ignorant, okay, for calling you out for having 18 accounts.
Oh, call me out for 18 accounts? You didn't call out shit, motherfucker. I told everybody I got 18 accounts, you ignorant
Okay,
fuck.
So that makes you a troll. 18
trolls.
That
makes me a troll because I told everybody about me.
Why do you have to have 18 accounts is my point.
Did you not just understand me? I told you. It's called an author's guild. Who do you think is going to shut me down as I keep writing my posts?
I don't care. Like, why do you care to have 18 accounts?
You don't care, but other people do. When people shut Paul down, they care. When people shut people like me down, they do care. That's why we do this. You ignorant fuck.
Okay, Wizard.
How many times you been shut down, you ignorant pissant motherfucker? How many times you been sitting in front of a judge and been shut down, knowing that you're a good man, knowing that this is bullshit? How many times you gonna do it yourself, you ignorant fucking bitch ass slave?
Call me a slave all you want, dude. To make you feel better.
No, it doesn't. I would rather call you brother and have you walk with me. Instead, you turn out to be one of the cocksuckers pointing your fingers at me because you don't understand what I'm doing. You ignorant fuck. Go follow your own fucking free will and listen to everybody else explain your free will.
No, you have to make a million different accounts because you don't know who and what you are. Why would you have to make all these fake accounts?
Why are you carrying around a fake ID? Huh?
I'm Mr. Pie.
A real ID or a fake
Jeff,
ID?
I'm Jeff Pizer. Look me up on Facebook.
Yeah,
Look
you're
me
Jeff
up everywhere.
Pizer. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
and I'm good. I'm a good man, and I'm a good man.
That, Jeff Pizer.
What have I done wrong, Wizard? Do you think I'm a bad person? Do you think I'm a bad man?
You did anything wrong, did I?
Why are you so mad? Why are you so mad, bro?
Because you said we're sitting here talking about free will. I'm sitting here trying to help you, and you turn the conversation on me and call me a motherfucking troll. You ignorant bitch.
You are a troll. You are a troll.
I may as well just call you Jack Talcott. You just asked for help. I tried to help you. You turned around and bit me in the
I thought
ass.
you were turning around your anger. Wizard, I thought you were turning around your anger. Just chill, bro. Are you okay, Wizard? I love you, man.
Fuck off, bitch.
Okay. Love you too.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't been shut down here yet. You know, but I've only been doing this for a little bit. You know, I have gotten some strikes and some porn bombs and other things, you know what I mean? But yes, there has been significant trolling, you know, out here. But yeah, you know, it's been you know, it's been a fun road, you know, really. You know, I try to keep the topics so general so that nobody really gets, you know, offended, you know what I mean? Oh wow, that's quite peaceful. I don't know where that came from, but yeah.
Oh shit! Hold on.
Oh, wow. Oh, look at this. Mr. Pie's
You
got
mean
some beautiful.
what do you mean with the topics? What do you mean keeping the topics general? Like in the first word of the title or the last word of the title? What the fuck?
Leave my hair ready. This is my cat. Oh my god.
He's got music. He just has music. Like, where is it coming from?
Oh my god, I'm supposed to wake up for it. What time is that? Oh!
That is the gayest alarm of all time. I can't believe it. Yeah.
I mean, that was uplifting.
It's literally the gayest.
That's the gayest uplifting as fuck.
He's not even ashamed of it.
Is that? What genre of music is that? I mean, that's truly horrible. Like,
oh my god!
I woke up. That's the most dystopian like alarm.
No, that's not dystopian.
How
That's
would you
utopian,
call that?
bro.
How would you call that genre of music? I would call it like Barbie Alice, some Barbie Alice
Like
music,
sad Barbie,
fairy music.
No, I felt good about that. I felt good about that. Don't hate on that.
I like that.
Yeah, to each his own, for real. But yeah,
I'm glad that happened.
me too. For real.
I felt like Wizard. Wizard, are you okay?
Wizard's chilling.
I love you, Wizard, dude.
I'm just fine. So if you want to settle down for a minute, let me help explain something to you. Word Wizard,
he goes by many names.
For sure, let's do it.
Word Wizard is going to be the channel. Word Wizard is going to be for showing you how language
works. Can we just be honest about
Paul Jr.?
Yeah, it's just Gargamel, okay? What it is.
All right, hey, you want me to put that sexy music in the back for Wizard?
Yeah, the Winston.
All right, Wizard, you back?
Somebody gonna let me fucking speak, or y'all gonna be fucking asinine bitch ass motherfuckers?
Go ahead, Wiz.
The Word Wizard is a profile created that I've decided we're gonna do discussions on language. Paul Jr., that's going to be set up for Philip Zimbardo and the psychology experiments that they do on people throughout history. Chaplin, that's going to be my own little Charlie Chaplin clip bits. Then I've got El Perro, that's going to be discussing the scriptures and correlating with the laws. Then you got Keith Little, he's going to dive into their laws in the plain writing, you know, the statutes, codes, rules, and regulations and stuff. So my profiles are developing as my own little journal guide so I can keep putting this information out for people. That's it. It's for me to separate and keep things categorically in different profiles.
To me, it sounds disgusting.
Yeah, I'm sure, because you have no idea how to express yourself. Have a good one with that.
No, it sounds
ignorant
disgusting.
Fucking bitch ass motherfucking slaves.
No, it sounds disgusting to me because you expressing it. You know, it's just
How many
Anything
stations
that you
and
say
in
sounds
little
pretty
offshoots
much
do you think
disgusting to
CNN
me.
has? How about
So
MSN? You know, they got MSN,
just
NBC, and all these
get
other
your
offshoots.
sick fucking
They
face
can do it
off the
corporately, but
camera, dude.
individually you
I
can't.
mean,
How do you think you develop into a corporate entity
you're
like
not
that? You
saying
got to have
anything
the imagination
useful.
to be able to start from
You're
bottom
not
up, do everything yourself.
you're not
You don't start a
you
restaurant
don't
and
give
end
good
up being
face. You're
a
not saying
manager
anything
without knowing
useful.
how the dishes are
You know,
done, so you can keep
that's
an eye
my
on your
critique on you.
dishwasher and make sure that he's doing the
So
dishes right. So you can keep an eye on the cook
I'd
to make
say
sure that
just
he's
take it to
cooking right.
heart, dude.
You
Take
got
it
to
to
know
heart
these
and work
kind of
on it.
things. And if
Work
you're going
on
to
it.
listen to fools
Okay?
like these, keep on. You're fucking
Yeah.
slave.
Wizard, hey Wizard, is it easy
Goodbye.
to say that?
Goodbye, slave.
Go ahead, whoever.
No, please
Next,
go ahead, Jeff.
yeah, is it easy to would it would it be can I offer to say that like if never mind, I don't even know how to word this shit.
How much mushrooms did you take today, Jeff? Before, I mean, did you take them for breakfast or after breakfast?
I didn't today, but I was actually
Okay.
wondering when I could do some. Because I do think it helps my brain.
Okay, so I thought it might fuck up your brain, but since you're not on
No,
mushrooms, I think you indeed need to have some shrooms now. You know,
This thing that Wizard mentioned is really the trip, man. You guys ever seen this shit? It's fucking Mandelbot. Mandelbro.
Mendelbrot.
Oh yeah,
Mandelbrot.
he's fucking. It's a trip.
Mandelbrot. Right?
Oh, son of a
Almond
bitch.
bread.
God damn this thing. Here, hold on.
Mandelbrot.
Let me get rid of this. Oh wait, it's not sharing the screen at all. Okay, give me a second, guys. Hold on. I don't know why it won't do that. I'll share the screen and it won't share the screen. This thing's fucking pissing me off. Fuck. Some type of new glitch for this stupid StreamYard shit. Man, I can't complain too much. Everybody always complains about StreamYards, but it's literally a free service that we never put anything into designing. So, so I don't know.
You never heard me complain. You never heard me complain about the stream.
Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, I don't really complain. I'm like, wow, they made a public streaming service.
I bless these
That's
people.
beautiful.
I bless these people for providing these services, right? I mean, that's
Exactly.
pretty
Yeah,
awesome,
you know, like,
you know.
yeah, you know, like, come on, like let's just be
We
thankful.
just broadcast to the world, like, yeah,
But
yeah, I'm
at
with
the
you.
push of a fucking button. Yeah. I mean, you know, they're using it to spy on people, but it is what it is.
Mandelbrot's fascination with the visual side of math began when he was a student.
It is only in January 44 that suddenly I fell in love with mathematics, and not mathematics in general, with the geometry in its most concrete central form. That part of geometry in which mathematics and the eye meet.
Did he say sexual or sensual? That was interesting.
The professor was
and in its most sensual form.
talking about algebra, but I began to see in my mind geometric pictures which fitted this algebra. And once you see these pictures, the answers become obvious. So I discovered something which I had no clue before, that I knew how to transform in my mind instantly.
Didn't we make up mathematics? Didn't we make up everything?
The giant American
Oh yeah, we
corporation was
discussed that
pioneering
last time.
technology that would
Real
soon
talk.
revolutionize the world.
We were talking about if math is made up, you know, for real.
Yeah, so everyone says like the ultimate language is math. But what
Yeah,
if
that's
we
what we were
fucking
talking
made
about.
that bullshit? What if we made that shit up in general? What
Yeah,
our
Yeah, but
our,
that
our
the
own
same goes for
universal
language.
language was already made up just from some
And that
bullshit.
would be math. No, and that
I
would be
think
math.
music is the universal language, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
and that's also
Yeah,
mathematically
yeah,
logical,
all of
right?
it's called the universe, like the one language, the one verse, waves, vibrations,
Yeah.
Hmm.
and how we can calculate that. We don't even know how to fucking
Yeah.
do that, but we would just want to make up fucking numbers and bullshit because we want to like make up time, which time doesn't really exist besides what we made
Well,
it.
that's not true, is it? That's not true.
It is true. It
That's
is
not true.
true. We made it up. We
No,
made everything up.
no,
No, we made it all up.
no,
Prove me
no.
wrong.
You're
Prove me
confusing.
wrong that we made.
You're
No,
confusing. You're
prove me wrong
confusing
that we
even
made it all
yourself,
up.
not only me. You're not only me. You're not only confusing me, but you're mainly confusing yourself
You're confusing
because
yourself.
you don't even remember what you
A
said.
confused man is confused in telling somebody else they're confusing themselves. Good one.
Yeah, that's good.
Fucking
Thank
bitch ass slave.
Bitch ass slaves. That's all you got.
Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you for the
We're
recognition
all a
there,
bunch of slaves then. Cool.
Gargamel.
I'm down with it. I love the man that tells me what our universe is and what it isn't. Tell me more. Tell me more, motherfucking God, boy. Let's go.
God
I'm
boy.
not telling you what it is. You wanted to know what your free will was. And you keep expecting to get your answer of what your free will is from someone else. I'm telling you, you have to find your free will yourself. I don't know where it's at.
Take the
I'm
stage.
not talking.
Just take
I'm
the
not talking
stage.
to you, wizard. I was talking to a bitch boy over here.
Exactly what I said, bitch ass slave.
Bitch ass slaves. So, what are you gonna do to correct it? Just call us slaves.
I don't correct it. I correct me.
Okay, then why call us bitch ass slaves?
Because you keep thinking it's somebody else's problem.
No,
You're
you do.
a slave. You're a slave that thinks it's somebody else's responsibility to take care of your free will. Grow the
I'm
fuck
learning
up.
so much. Guys, in the
No, you.
background, I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes. I mean, everything you say,
Mhm.
is so useful in my life. It is.
Oh no,
Totally
this
is.
is this is helping me out too because when I'm on mushrooms and seeing fractals and nothing with the matrix of this universe makes any sense, then fuck your fucking geometry and your goober fucking matrix
Exactly. So why
bullshit.
even come up and ask such fucking questions while you're fucking out of it, dude?
I'm not out of it. I'm in it, bro. How about that?
That's the problem. You think you're in it, and yet you're out here
Yes.
searching for your
Yes.
free will.
No, I'm in it.
Peace, peace, peace.
Get it, get it,
Bravo.
get it.
Yes,
Here it
please.
is.
Sorry.
Hell yeah.
Just felt the urge to play.
That's what it is. Feel free. Yeah, bless you, brother.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I just had this urge.
Yeah, anytime you feel the need, you go ahead, Bless you, brother.
It's cool.
In the morning, I like to hear music, man. Thank you, guys, man.
Cheers, man. I'm feeling good. The cannabis sparks the
Awesome.
music in me.
Oh yeah, I need to get on that too. I need to
Yeah,
get that bowl or that bong or whatever compartments I have over there. Yeah, bless you guys, man. You know.
I should have had some sativa, but this
Yeah, man. So what's the topic?
Oh shit! Did you read the title of the episode?
No.
It's literally incoherence. It's literally, it has no there's no coherent title, just so you know.
No, I just dove in, bro. I dove in.
Okay, so the last word is hyperforlorning. So,
Yeah, hyper
figured that out.
forlorn. Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, I
What
like
is
that one.
it?
What is that? I mean, I pronounced it correctly. Okay, can I just get some? Can I just get some credits for that? Um, so I pronounced it correctly, so I think that you know what it means. You know, it's
Say it again.
hyperforlorning. Hyperforlorn.
Hyper
Hyperforlorn.
hyper
No, 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 I'm not hyperforlorning. No, it's something called hyperforlorning.
hyper
Did I
forlorning.
stress it right?
I still don't understand. I
Yeah,
don't understand.
It's like
Machine
that's the
lights.
whole. Yeah,
Can you
that's
say
it's
it?
like it's like an incredibly telescoping sadness about how the future will turn out, you know. Is how I'm defining it. You know, hyper
it's like
forlorning, you know, ever
it's
increasing.
like the opposite of nostalgia, right?
Yeah,
So
this is
what?
the
Like
yeah, this is the title.
so
Yeah.
what? What everyone's like a cynicist or like
Yeah, and if you're here for Benton,
It
he
is the
won't be here. Yeah.
is
I'm
it
not
hyper
is
here.
the
I'm not here for the nihilist bullshit.
is
Like
hyper
the whole world and the human race is the world's destruction. Fuck off, dude.
Fuck off
so
with that
maybe
shit.
okay. So if you don't understand the hyperforlorning, maybe understand the first word of the title of the stream better. It's in for sorry informa informarmatales
Hey, if you
informarm.
can't fucking if you can't explain, you should
Dude,
just
here we
delete
go.
yourself.
Here we go. Here we go.
Don't
Informarmatales.
don't be a
Informarmatales.
dumbass. So
From the
just
dish.
get it clear and do your shit.
Get it together, dude. Okay,
Is
I'm
that
trying to get
really
it together.
Yeah, get it
Informarmatales from the
together.
dish.
for
Explain, articulate.
it was
Use
supposed to say Informatales, but it says Informarmatales,
yeah.
which is
It
even more
does.
horrible. Which
Hey,
is even more horrible.
No, which
yeah,
makes it better, actually.
Yeah, it
yeah.
Mohammed,
makes it
You,
take
better.
some
Yeah, I
credit
know.
there, Mohammed. Come on.
Take some credit for my for
Informarmatales.
myself. Yeah,
It does say
yeah.
Informarmatales.
It says Informarmatales, everyone.
And you didn't even know it.
I didn't
Oh.
even know it. That's right. I didn't know what the title was until just now. So there you go, folks. So if you guys think that this
Oh.
I slapped together two
What?
sticks and made a fire. I mean, what's the point?
No, fuck those marmalades, mama. I want those marmatales. I want those
Marmalade.
marmatales.
okay, so
Yeah.
can you get to the fucking point?
I love how marmalade got in there. But yeah, but yeah, I mean, in terms of free will, you were talking about free will and it being a problem, and now you're hearkening back to this point, and I feel your pain. I think free will is a quagmire. You know what I mean? In terms of, but I think it's also false because free means you get to do whatever you want, but will means that you decided something. See, freedom is in decision, it's not in choosing. If the more prolonged time it takes to make a choice, the longer it takes for you to express your freedom. You know what I mean, right? So they say choice is not freedom. Freedom is in decision, but decision means that you're stuck with what you decided. You can't get out of that. So
Yeah.
so there's a
So you're actually gonna
yeah,
go to the concept of liberty, which is like
yeah.
freedom is discipline, right? Freedom as a discipline. that would be called liberty, right?
Yes. Yes,
Because
liberty
because
is like
freedom, I
potential,
mean,
yeah.
if you have all freedom and you grow up in all freedom, you will meet your limits pretty soon.
Yes.
As a young boy, I mean, we all know. I
Okay,
mean,
so
we're
blah blah
men.
blah. So, do you have a
No,
do you have an
no, not
omniscient?
blah blah
Do
blah.
you
No, this is
do you
essential
have an
stuff we're talking about. No, this
yeah
is essential stuff.
essential? This is really
Yeah,
important shit. So if we have an omniscient,
yeah.
omnipresent God, that everything is ordained and predestined, then what the fuck? What are we doing, right? Do you have free will or no? With your
Well,
gut.
it's in like what God prescribes for us. If that creates a greater potential for us, or but in terms of the omnipotence, you can only have compatibilism, meaning that you would
What
have
the fuck
had
does
to.
that mean?
It's like if like yeah, and I
What's
was gonna
compatibilism?
yeah, I wasn't just gonna throw that out there. I was gonna explain it, to be fair, but yeah,
Compete able,
yeah,
compete able.
compatibilism. Yeah, compatibilism. And I could honestly, and I never do this. I could just look it up. But yeah, but compatibilism is basically like if you chose what you wanted to do while God also decided that that's what you were going to do. You know what I mean? So it's like you could possibly have both. That's a
It sounds
problem.
like a subjective mumbo jumbo garbage to me.
Well, maybe it might be, but say like you just didn't have enough information to figure out what you were going to do, but somebody who already knows all of the shit that it takes for you to make the decision already
Who
knows what you're going to decide, all right?
who says that? Who has all the information?
I'm saying you're saying how could you reconcile God and free will?
I'm
And that's
saying
what I was
like
telling you, that
with your
you could actually have both.
I don't know if you can.
Yeah.
I don't know if you
Uh,
can. I don't know if you can have an omniscient God, omnipresent,
well, what do you think freedom
omniscient.
is?
I don't
What
know
do
if
I
you
think
can.
freedom is?
I heard you say that.
Yeah, what do you think freedom is? Because that'll help me see
Freedom
if
is to
it could
me
be
to wear this
possible.
hat or just take it off. I'm gonna put it back on. I
Yeah,
guess
yeah,
that
it's possible. Yeah, it's possible for there to be a God and for you to do that.
I guess that's freedom.
Yeah,
Did,
so it's
did God
possible. You know what I mean? But but
did
but
God make me?
but
Did God make me do that?
maybe.
Do you think was that predetermined? Did, was that predestined? Did God make me do that, or was that my free will?
I'm sure God didn't do that, and I'm sure it wasn't predestined. I'm
Why
sure
not?
it
Why
was
not?
just fu-
Why
and
not?
it was just futile. And because you speak of it, because you speak of futile things, my
Oh,
brother.
I what's
Well, it goes
futile?
to it goes to it
Hey,
goes to greater it goes to greater issues. First of all, I would ask you, do you believe in God? That would be the first thing. If you believe in God, then it changes the query. And then if you say like, what is freedom? You know what I mean? We'll just go
I
with
believe
that.
in God. I
Okay.
believe in God.
So what do you believe? So do you believe that God is omniscient and omnipotent?
Yeah, he is the all. Yeah,
But you believe that you're free. You believe that you could take off your hat if you wanted to,
yeah. Well,
and then you believe
well,
that God didn't do that. That God didn't even know that that was going to happen. Do you believe
maybe
that?
he did, but yeah, maybe he. If yes,
Yeah. So then,
it's
yeah. So
already
then it
pre.
goes.
It's predetermined, right? Or it's
Yeah. I
not.
mean, it goes. I mean, it goes to this. I mean, you have freedom within a certain set of limitations. Do we not? We have freedom within a certain narrow range of limitations, do we not?
Well, I mean,
We have our potential.
Yeah, none of us know that shit, dude. I can say it's like omnipotent,
Well, it's funny. It's
omniscient,
funny
and
to hear, to
God
hear
made me
somebody
take off.
like. It's funny to hear
God made me
somebody
take
with
off the hat.
some noticeable morality talk to somebody who hasn't any at all.
I don't have any
So
morality. Is that what you're saying? Are you judging me?
I didn't say that, but it's funny.
Yeah,
It's funny that you
I have
caught
no
that.
morality.
Didn't
Are you
say that,
saying
but
I
it's
have
funny
no
that you caught.
morality? Because I don't take off a hat.
Maybe you're trying to. Maybe you're
You're a
trying to
dumb
look like
fuck.
somebody who
No,
has
so
no
you're a dumb
morality
fuck for
whatsoever.
assuming that.
But you're coming
No,
across.
if anything, you're an infidel.
Like you have
You're
no
you're an
discernment,
infidel for
and
you're
you're
an infidel
you're
for
coming
assuming it.
across. You asked me a question, and it's rather
I
a
didn't ask
distinctive
you. I
question.
didn't
You're
ask you
coming
a
across like
question.
somebody who has no morale and no distinct and no
Oh, I don't.
how do you say?
Okay. Okay.
Like
Okay.
you don't. Yeah.
Tell me how. Judge me again, motherfucker.
I just told you
Judge me.
so.
Judge me.
I just
Judge
told you
me.
so. I don't know how.
Oh yeah.
I
Oh,
don't
you
know
don't
how.
know, but you
I
don't know,
just
but
did.
you judge me. Okay, you don't understand. Okay, good. Good job, bro.
I
You're a
knew, and
dumbass.
that's
You're a
yeah.
dumbass.
Yeah. Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank
Cool.
you. Thank you.
So
Yeah.
good judgment.
Yeah.
On to the
So
next.
we circled back there.
On to the next.
Yeah. Sorry for pointing it out. Sorry for trying to make sense of it all. I'm
Sorry for you not making any sense. Good job for
I'm
not
just
making
trying to
any
make
sense.
sense of it all.
Yeah, you didn't make any sense. You made less sense. So good job on that.
Do you like that? Do you like less sense? Because you congratulate me on making less sense. So you like making less sense? Like that?
I was congratulating you on making less sense. So cool. I wasn't the one making the accusations. So you were,
No, okay,
and you
so
lost.
I would just take
So
that
it's
as a
good.
compliment.
So good job.
Then. Thank you.
Good job
Thank
on
you.
losing.
Yeah. Yeah, because it takes one to know one, right?
You just
Yeah,
laugh
come
when
again.
you fucking lose. You just laugh when you lose because you're a
That's
fucking
even
loser.
better. Thank
Fucking
you.
dumbass.
Yeah, thank you.
That's what dumbasses do. It's like a tick. It's like when they know they're wrong, they just go like a dumbass. So go ahead.
Right.
Make some more good points and then laugh about it. Dumb fuck.
Dude, don't tempt me. Don't tempt me.
Okay, good. Don't tempt me.
Stop tempting
do something logical, dude.
Stop making sense. Okay.
Yeah, that's cool.
Fuck. I don't know where I put like the fucking like the piece that goes inside of the bong that you put the weed in. I don't even fucking know where that is. Son of a bitch. That's so fucking depressing.
That's like being out of zigzags. It's like, where the fuck
yeah,
are
really.
my
Yeah, what the
papers?
fuck? Yeah, really.
What the fuck, dude?
Oh, I found it. Thank God. I see it across the room right now. Thank God. But here's what it is. And I'll lay this on you, and you can, and I know that, Mr. Pie is having a nihilistic morning, man. Really, you know what I mean? But yeah, and I wish you well, Mr. Pie. Especially, and if you're having some personal issues, definitely don't feel afraid to reach out to me, brother, man. You know what I'm saying, man?
Why are you saying nihilistic?
I'm just searching for shit. Like, I'm not saying it has to be that way. I'm just saying, like, if you're like feeling down, like
No, I'm
make
good.
sure. Okay, for sure. But I'm just saying, like, like
You're
you
looking
got me
like,
as a
I
friend.
mean,
If you need.
it's not only nihilistic. You also look like you've been drawn by Dr. Seuss himself. And it's just like, oh, yeah, me too. By the way, that's how I can tell.
Yeah, no, it's hard to be as good looking as me. So I'm realistic.
Yeah, but in terms of the free will, like this is what I really think. I think
Check
you
out
know,
the jawline and the blue eyes.
oh shit.
I'm really pissed off. I'm nihilistic.
I
My
see
life
a
sucks.
husky. I see
My
a
my
husky.
my
I see it.
my life sucks
I see
so
it.
bad. Yeah,
Husky.
you got me.
Husky.
You got me on that one.
He
You
believes
got me.
in nothing, Rabowski. Nothing.
Husky. Nihilist husky. The nihilist
Yeah.
husky, also known as Jeff. Fuck. Shit.
But yeah, you're pushed into what you are here. You can only go from here. That's the paradox of free will. But what you will do will influence all other outcomes. So you move one grain of sand, you by necessity you change the world. It does happen. It's the butterfly
You change
effect. You know what I mean?
yeah, you change the flow of the river by just removing a stone, or just moving a
Exactly.
stone.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So we're incredibly powerful. Our actions are incredibly powerful. That's why they say negligence is an extreme thing. You know, uh, be careful not to be negligent of anything. Even the smaller details. Of things. So awareness is precious. It's like
It's
gold.
everything.
If you, oh yeah, if
It's
you, yeah, you can't have freedom if you're unaware. Of the things that impinge upon your freedom. That is slavery. Having no knowledge of those things that actually impinge upon your freedom in serious ways, is real slavery. Right? Thinking that you're free when you're not, in other words, is true slavery. You know, you know, let it be known from the window to the wall.
Way we all live. The computer. IBM was looking for creative thinkers, nonconformists, even rebels. People like Benoit Mandelbrot.
In fact, we had cornered the market for.
Yo, peace to Nachiketa and to Mr. Pi for joining the panel. Thank you for being here with me, friends. Bless you guys.
Or a certain type of oddball. We never had the slightest feeling of being the establishment.
Mandelbrot's colleagues told the young mathematician about a problem of great concern to the company. IBM engineers were transmitting computer data over phone lines, but sometimes the information was not getting through.
They realized that every so often the lines became extremely noisy. Errors occurred in large numbers. It was indeed an extremely messy situation.
Mandelbrot graphed the noise data, and what he saw surprised him. Regardless of the time scale, the graph looked similar. 1 day, 1 hour, 1 second. It didn't matter. It looked about the same.
It turned out to be self-similar with a vengeance.
Mandelbrot was amazed. The strange pattern reminded him of something that had intrigued him as a young man. A mathematical mystery that dated back nearly 100 years. The mystery of the monsters.
The story really begins in the late 19th century. Mathematicians had written down a formal description of what a curve must be, but within that description, there were these other things. Things that satisfied the formal definition of what a curve is, but were so weird that you could never draw them, or you couldn't even imagine drawing them. They were just regarded as monsters or things beyond the realm.
They're not lines. They're nothing like lines. They're not circles. They were like really, really weird.
The German mathematician Georg Cantor created the first of the monsters in 1883.
He just took a straight line and he said, I'm going to break this line into thirds, and the middle third I'm going to erase. So you're left with 2 lines at each end. And now I'm going to take those 2 lines, take out the middle third, and we'll do it again. So he does that over and over again.
Most people would think, well, if I've thrown everything away, eventually there's nothing left. Not the case. There's not just 1 point left. There's not just 2 points left. There's infinitely many points left.
As you zoom in on the Cantor set, the pattern stays the same, much like the noise patterns that Mandelbrot had seen at IBM. Another strange shape was put forward by the Swedish mathematician Helge von Koch.
Koch said, well, you start with an equilateral triangle, one of the classical Euclidean geometric figures, and on each side, I take a piece and I substitute 2 pieces that are now longer than the original piece. And for each of those pieces, I substitute 2 pieces that are each longer than the original piece. Over and over again.
You get the same shape, but now each line has that little triangular bump on it.
And I break it again, and I break it again, and I break it again. And each time I break it, the line gets longer.
Every iteration, every cycle, he's adding on another little triangle.
Imagine iterating that process of adding little bits infinitely many times. What you end up with is something that's infinitely long.
The Koch curve was a paradox. To the eye, the curve appears to be perfectly finite. But mathematically, it is infinite, which means it cannot be measured.
At the time, they called it a pathological curve because it made no sense according to the way people were thinking about measurement and Euclidean geometry and so on.
But the Koch curve turned out to be crucial to a nagging measurement problem: the length of a coastline. In the 1940s, British scientist Lewis Richardson had observed that there can be great variation between different measurements of a coastline.
This is where it gets crazy, and it goes into what I was talking about before, that actually the tools you use to measure actually give you different measurements. So it's crazy. Perception creates its own reality, and instrumentation, adds an extra layer of contextualization on that makes reality even more imperceptible. So it's like, it's not that you're seeing things clearer through the use of tools, but it's seeing plus the tool you're using to see, adding its own seeing on top of what you're seeing. So it is fascinating stuff. That measurement, the tools we use to measure things actually change the result we get, and that is fascinating stuff in this mathematical debacle of measuring the shoreline. You actually can't measure a shoreline, folks. Explains why it can't be done. Science is not omnipotent, as they say.
It depends on how long your yardstick is, how much patience you have. If you measure the coastline of Britain with a 1 mile yardstick, you get so many yardsticks, which gives you so many miles. If you measure with a 1 foot yardstick, it turns out that it's longer. And every time you use a shorter yardstick, you get a longer number.
Because you can always find finer indentations.
Mandelbrot saw that the finer and finer indentations in the Koch curve were precisely what was needed to model coastlines.
He wrote a very famous article in Science magazine called "How Long is the Coastline of Britain?"
A coastline, in geometric terms, said Mandelbrot, is a fractal. And though he knew he couldn't measure its length, he suspected he could measure something else: its roughness. To do that required rethinking one of the basic concepts in math: dimension.
What we would think of as normal geometry, 1 dimension is the straight line, 2 dimensions is, say, the box that has surface area.
And 3 dimensions is a cube. But could something have a...
Did you guys see that mathematician? She's kind of cute. It's interesting.
Would think of as normal geometry, 1 dimension is the straight line, 2
Science writer. Ooh la la.
dimensions is, say, the box that has surface area.
and 3 dimensions is a cube. But could something have a dimension somewhere in between, say 2 and 3? Mandelbrot said yes. Fractals do. And the rougher they are, the higher their fractal dimension.
There are all of these technical terms like fractal dimension and self-similarity, but those are the nuts and bolts of the mathematics itself. What that fractal geometry does is give us a way of looking at, in a way that's extremely precise, the world in which we live, in particular the living world.
Mandelbrot's fresh ways of thinking were made possible by his enthusiastic embrace of new technology. Computers made it easy for Mandelbrot to do iteration, the endlessly repeating cycles of calculation that were demanded by the mathematical monsters.
The computer is totally essential. Otherwise, we've taken a very big, long effort.
Mandelbrot decided to zero in on yet another of the monsters, a problem introduced during World War I by a young French mathematician named Gaston Julia.
Gaston Julia, he was actually looking at what happens when you take a simple equation and you iterate it through a feedback loop. That means you take a number, you plug it into the formula, you get a number out. You take that number back to the beginning and you feed it into the same formula, get another number out. And you keep iterating that over and over again. And the question is, what happens when you iterate it lots of times?
The series of numbers you get is called a set, the Julia set. But working by hand, you could never really know what the complete set looked like.
There were attempts to draw it, doing a bunch of arithmetic by hand and putting a point on graph paper.
You would have to feed it back hundreds, thousands, millions of times. The development of that new kind of mathematics had to wait until fast computers were invented.
At IBM, Mandelbrot did something Julia could never do. Use a computer to run the equations millions of times. He then turned the numbers from his Julia sets into points on a graph.
My first step was to just...
So I mean, it's interesting. Not only is non-Euclidean geometry being used to build the computers, for the algorithms for the computers, but it's also being used to calculate new forms of number theory. You know, once they put these iterations into computers, they get you know, geometric forms, you know, like the Mandelbrot set, and those contain unique forms of information in them. I mean, it's just fascinating stuff. I mean, get to nerd out on this shit, you motherfuckers.
Draw mindlessly a large number of Julia sets. Not one picture, hundreds of pictures.
Those images led Mandelbrot to a breakthrough. In 1980, he created an equation of his own, one that combined all of the Julia sets into a single image. When Mandelbrot iterated his equation, he got his own set of numbers. Graphed on a computer, it was a kind of roadmap of all the Julia sets, and quickly became famous as the emblem of fractal geometry. The Mandelbrot set.
It's not easy to describe the Mandelbrot set visually. It looks like a man, it looks like a cat, it looks like a cactus, it looks like a cockroach. It's got little bits and pieces that remind us of almost anything that you can see out in the real world, particularly living things. So it has a character that reminds us of a lot of things, and yet it itself is unique and new.
The Mandelbrot set is real, an absolute thing, no question whatsoever. Any mathematician or any computer scientist or student in a school can study it and find the same.
See, it's interesting what he just said. He said it's real.
It's not something that's theorized and has been searched for in real life. It's something that's been acknowledged and been recognized, you know, time and time again in nature and in culture, right?
Yeah, but it's just interesting how he said it. He's like the equation, you know, like what's real? Is it the equation? Is it the set? Is it when do you see it in nature? You see an example of it? I mean, is that what's real about it? You know what I mean? Like real
Just
on
the
what level?
real, it's the realization of a pattern. Like I
Yeah.
said earlier, everything is a pattern. Same with the Fibonacci curve. The toroidal currents that come out from your mouth when you speak, things like that, they're all patterns.
I saw a guy who described the pattern in the number pi too. It's pretty fascinating. I was gonna try and look it up, but I gotta fire up my computer. Let's see if I can't get a timestamp. But yeah, it's patterns and everything, I guess. Huh?
Patterns, symbols, signs. You know what I
Signs,
mean?
signs everywhere. Signs.
Signs. You know, all of reality is signs and their signification. I think that was C.S. Perth who said that, and he made semiotics, the non-Euclidean geometry. You know, that's what's made for. That's what computers are made to map. You know, information. You know, if you use information, you know, you map information. What they say, they have a line in general semantics. You know, the theory by Alfred Korzybski. You know what I mean? He talked about this theory called general semantics, and one of the quotes he uses is, "The map is not the territory." You know, interesting quote. You know, it's kind of because if you had a map the size of, you know, a map that showed you everything in reality, it would be the size of reality itself. You know, so a map that contains information, you know, as much information as is needed for a real world, to walk around in the real world, it would be the size of the world. You know, who knows? You know, so all maps, all forms of codes, all forms of language are abbreviations, you know, for, I guess, you know, things that exist outside of the world. And to that sense, in what way are they real abbreviations? And of course, I'm trying to push back on this idea. Of course, I have to play devil's advocate, or not just devil's advocate, just show the paradoxes. You know, I think God loves paradoxes as well, you know, and you can see that in irony. You know, there's a great use of irony in the world. You know, you can see God's a comedian. Retarded evidence repairing logical. That's funny. That's a good one.
That's a funny take on the how do you call it, on fear, right? Because it's fear, it's false evidence appearing real. You know, it's I like that. Yeah, real.
Charles Sanders Peirce. Charles Sanders Peirce created.
I don't know what that means.
What was that guy? Semiotics, or what is that computer language? Well, there's nonlinear dynamics. You know, that's a kind of math they use, non-Euclidean math. You know, that they use in terms of making the computers. But there's also, I think it's semiotics or semantics or something like that. You know, I gotta really get up in this. But yeah,
Symbiotics.
semiotics. Yes, semiotics, logic, and semiotics. Okay. Semiotics, also called semiotic studies, is a systematic study of sign processes, semiosis, and meaning making. Meaning making, folks. Okay, semiosis is any activity, conduct, or process that involves signs, where a sign is defined as anything that communicates something, usually called a meaning, to the signs interpreter. The meaning can be intentional, such as word uttered with a specific meaning, or unintentional, such as symptom being a sign of a particular or medical condition. And Charles Sanders Peirce actually took this to metaphysical level. Because he was a pragmatist, he actually said all of reality is signs and their significations. So reality is a sign, is composed of signs and symbols. He also believed in God. But this is very much pre Baudrillard. The pragmatists were kind of pre postmodernist. They're taking some of the ideals of the postmodernists, and it is a uniquely American philosophy, pragmatism. You know what I mean? So it's the idea that came up with the computer language, folks. You couldn't have computer language without pragmatism, especially of Wittgenstein. There's Wittgenstein. He was actually an engineer. Wittgenstein, who was one of the greatest German logicians. He was um, a German Jew. Who studied under Bertrand Russell. And this language of symbolic logic, this was used to make computers. And of course, why do I talk about all this? Because we're inundated with technology.
We're in it, dude. We're not. Yeah, we're not.
We're in the
in it.
machine right now.
In it.
Exactly.
We're using it. We are being us inside of it. I
we're
am
inside the
meeting you
machine.
inside of the machine. Without the
That's
machine,
right.
I wouldn't have met you.
That's right. And it's what everybody's taken for granted. See, everybody sees this as a conversation minus the machine that's involved in facilitating it. So that is the
Well,
issue.
most of the people do, but you don't. I don't. You know.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
Wait
So
a second.
so you don't. I don't. But please continue. I mean, we don't take it for granted. I mean, I'm not saying hallelujah either, but I'm saying thank you, machinery, for making it possible to meet with these people, right, and everybody else. I do. I do. I am thankful to meet everybody here, whether I like you or not.
Bullshit.
Right? Pretty awesome. Pretty awesome stuff.
And you like the segue from last time. See, for people who are on another level, they'll actually, maybe somebody there must be one or two like minds that are actually tracking what's going on, and they'll notice like, oh yeah, he played Cantor last time. And they just brought up the problem of mathematical mysteries of infinity with Cantor this time. And oh yeah, that explains the problem of infinity as it relates to mathematics and Plato. Oh yeah.
I'm sure there's more than
Not
one.
gonna happen.
More than one. I'm sure there's more than one.
Not gonna happen.
Keeping track.
But yeah, I love you guys anyways. It's just whatever sticks. It is what it is. But you know what I mean. but yeah, philosophy of math. I mean, who's to say that anybody will? It's like there's like this thought train. Hey, you guys getting on, and it just it's about to leave. Oh, it's gone. It's fucking gone. Nobody hopped on with me. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, that's life. Bless you guys, man. But yeah, why do I talk about this stuff? It's because I'm interested to know what made these machines possible. Was it theoretical? Was it psychophysical? Was it conspiratorial? Or was it, some sort of ideological, epistemological, philosophical constraint, or was it socio-political? A lot of people think there's socio-political dimension to how they're using machines to control us. Of course, I think that there's a stage of reality to that. But it's obvious that it's more than that, because obviously the people who they say are using machines to control other people, obviously they're using technology too. So they're not free of the use of technology. It's not like that they're living in some sort of paradise, and forcing us to be enslaved by technology. No, 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 they're part of the technological world. They're part of the technological milieu, if you will. I mean, so they're subject to those same means. I mean, to the means they employ on us all. That's the fascinating part about technology, is that it is
We
pervasive.
should.
It's
I think we should feel sorry for these people. You know, it's
bitch
only
ass slaves.
Bitch ass slave.
because they're just
That's right. Hit
slaves,
it,
just like
wizard.
us. Just
Yeah.
tell it like it is.
Yeah, bless Wiz, and yeah, shout out to the unslaved ones. Unslave yourself from the machine. All right. How about that? Let's go. Let's go. The greatest means of conformity in our time is conformity to the technological state. I mean, so one thing everybody takes for granted, we're all technological slaves. That's the problem. Is that the slavery in our time is not clearly defined. We want freedom from the state, but the state is not the main apparatus of control in this realm. It simply is not. So if we free ourselves of the laws, with that we're only freeing ourselves on one stage. I mean, right? Are we freeing ourselves on the level of technology, on the level of language? Well, that is like how Wizard was doing. It's about creating your own language, your own technology, over contextualizing the use of symbols and taking back their meaning for yourself. That is a stage of higher level warfare, spiritual, ideological warfare. You know what I'm saying, you know what I mean, and you know what I mean, and that's real. That's why I respect the use of those things, the use of those tools. You know what I mean, to get beyond the realm. You know what I mean, because the realm is serious. I mean, there is we're living in a form of psychosomatic detachment. Of artificial needs and wants. Okay, and
Psychosomatic detachment. Take it a
oh
little
yeah.
bit slower, dude. Psychosomatic detachment. Yeah. And okay, yeah, I'm there. And then what's beyond that? Yeah. Okay.
Well, then as artificial needs, and these surrogate activities, we're forced to
Mhm.
uh take part in activities, and made up artificial needs. And how are they made up? Well, on the psychosocial level, they're made up through two means: by A, feelings of inferiority, and B, over socialization. Which A can be explained through our sedentary lifestyle, detached, individualistic, atomized, but the B side, over socialized, we're interconnected. We're forced to engage, through the means of technology. So if we want to live in the
So
world,
it's
you have. Yeah.
yeah, and so it's desocializing through over socializing, right? That's how it's been used, so that nobody will
Yeah.
notice. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Like, for example, you may have an issue with the state about driving and getting a license and all that stuff. But the point is that you're forced to drive in certain respects. Where the road goes, you're forced to go along the road. The means that they use, that they put you on the road is going to go where it leads to. The road is technology, the car is technology. You have to
Yeah.
travel along the road using the means that they give you. That's a higher level of control. than just having the car and the license and being able to go wherever you want with it. Right? You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, because laws themselves are technology. Obviously they're writing. Writing is technology, So, I mean, it goes back to that, that symbols are a primary form of technique, and it's so powerful that is what they use for incantation, in magic as well.
That's
There's lots of, yeah.
Yeah, the symbols even make sense. They tell you how to do the ritual, right? That's even more uh, palatable in Sanskrit, but it's also still recognizable in the alphabet. How it starts and how it ends. Especially in the Hebrew, by the way, with Aleph and Taf. T being the end of it. That's a very defined letter, right? T being the end of it. That makes sense. And the A being the start of it. That makes sense. They all it makes sense in a logical way, and the logic is described in a somewhat understandable way. We've come a long way. We've come a long way since the start of it. So a lot has been diluted and corrupted. But then again, you can still see the main idea in the description that the letters will give you. For the symbolism that it conceptualizes. Yeah.
Yeah, and let me show you guys something. This fucking guy, Purse, motherfucker. See, look, it says here. It says, additionally, this paragraph is significant. This is a Wikipedia article for Charles Sanders Peirce, who I was talking about, who created this semiotics. But yeah, it says, additionally, he defined the concept of abductive reasoning, blah blah blah, rigorously formulating mathematical induction, blah blah blah. He was one of the first founders of statistics. Now, this is where it gets crazy. It says, as early as 1886, he saw that logical operations could be carried out by electrical switching circuits. Crazy. The same idea was used decades later to produce digital computers. So this is very important. Something that me and Enslaved by Truth covered on the Chalk Body Outline channel a long time ago, before I had my big break with them. Yeah. Well,
Dude, I think his surname is spelled very weird. Pierce.
Oh yeah.
I've heard of the name Pierce, but
yeah. It's
but
actually pronounced
Pierce,
Purse. Yeah,
it's
it's horrible. Yep.
Purse.
Purse.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's Purse. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pronounced Purse. Yeah, it's horrible. It's a
Yes,
horrid last name. Yeah.
yes, if it's I
It's
E,
weird, dude. It's weird. I never seen that. I never seen that. I've seen Pierce, the other way around.
if
But
Yeah,
Purse,
it's
if
weird.
it's I E, if it's I E, you pronounce the I or the E sound. If it's E I, you pronounce the I sound.
Symbolic logic.
yeah, dude, it doesn't make sense if you speak English. Okay, it just doesn't make sense.
It does if you know the construction of the language.
Yeah, I do. I do. I do. I do.
Yeah, that's why you went to understand English, huh? Again, if you understand the
No, it's
form of
more
the
that I
language it
just.
comes from,
It's more that I'm.
if it
I'm.
if you
It's
understand
not.
the source of
It's
where the
because you're
English language
contrarian.
adopted
I'm.
it,
I'm not so much of contrarian, but I just wanna disagree with all contrarians. And you
exactly.
pretty
So
much.
so at least let me speak then, so
Yeah,
you
you
know what
pretty
to
much wanna.
disagree with. Because if you understand that the English language adopts other languages and you comprehend where the name comes from, what language it comes from, you go by its construction, idiot.
And this is why I opened it up with Cantor last time, was because this philosophy of math stuff, the idea of a set, quite mysterious, but set theory, model theory, recursion theory, proof theory, and constructive mathematics, and also Kurt Gödel, this guy, David Hilbert, he made logical problems, he said infinity cannot be traversed. That if you believed in infinity, then it would take you forever to reach today. So infinity in the past is impossible, he said, because he believed in God. He believed there must be a beginning to the world. See, many before that believed the universe was eternal. Okay, but they came to the conclusion that the universe had to have a beginning. Why? Because it's logically impossible for it to be eternal. Many people came to that conclusion. So this set theory and the idea, the notion of infinity, whether it's real or imagined, whether it's theoretical or actually whether if there's real infinities, that relates to the concept of numbers, and information. One of the things that what the fuck? Can everybody still hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Wow, why the fuck is what happened to my my camera? I don't know what the fuck. Hold on. So strange that my camera just like went off. I don't understand. Come on, StreamYards. I don't know what it's doing here, man. My virtual motherfucking background is gone. And all you can see is my TV and my couch. Okay. Turn this on so you don't see so we could be more cyber. How come this is not working, folks? Okay, there we go. Anyways, I was reading this about Hilbert and all of this infinity, and yeah, who the fuck knows what I was talking about. But yeah, anyways, I was trying to say about how this theories of math, the philosophy of math, really tied into the formulation of this, mathematical logic, that was made to make the computers, and one of the founders of this is I can't even find why it's not telling us about the Principia Mathematica, because Gottlieb Frege, he's one of the founders of symbolic logic, and his work was built upon by this dude, Bertrand Russell, and they formed the Principia Mathematica. And in the Principia Mathematica, him and Alfred Russell and Alfred North Whitehead, they created a formal language for formal logic, symbolic logic, and that was used. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this guy's a Fabian socialist and part of the occult. They were part of an organization in Cambridge called the Cambridge Apostles. That was all dudes, and they practiced man love. Okay, let's put it that way. But yeah, Bertrand Russell, he's a Nancy boy, unfortunately. And he tried to turn Wittgenstein gay too. Wittgenstein was openly gay, so he may have groomed Ludwig Wittgenstein. Disgusting. They actually groomed their little pet philosophers. I mean, this is disgusting stuff, If you look at Wittgenstein, you know, I mean, he's a handsome Jewish man. I mean, this is just what it is. Groomed by this sicko, pedophile, Bertrand Russell. And this is just theoretical, guys. I'm not saying that this happened. I'm saying that there's a lot of proof moving in that direction. But yeah, you know what I mean? One of the things that Bertrand Russell and Wittgenstein both said before their life ended was that logic had driven them insane. So if you want to go down that road, and that's something that Cantor claimed about math. He claimed math, the concept of infinity, you know, that him contemplating these things, it driven him insane. It left him in ill repute with his friends and family. You know, it left him in ill repute with the scholars. You know, at the time, you know, he was laughed out of academia, and this is how it goes. You know, these brilliant thinkers, and then years later, they plug this idea into a computer, and lo and behold, you know, they get a you know, a new mathematical theory, non-Euclidean space that they had never yet theorized or thought was possible. You know, crazy stuff. You know, in the Mandelbrot set and other things. You know, you can plug in these things, and that is really what an algorithm is. It's a loop. You know, in a lot of ways. You know, information put on a loop. You know, that's what's producing this. You know, matrix, if you will. You know what I mean? And yeah, you know, we do a little Friday show about technology. You know, it is what it is. But yeah, thank you for joining us, guys. You know, last time, man, we got into some crazy video. Cantor. See if I could get up on this video, man. Cantor and the concept of infinity, right? Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. My computer's hardcore. Hardcore. Hardcore freezing. Can you guys still hear me?
Yep.
I wonder. Yeah. This is crazy, man. I can't believe this fucking camera shut off twice. What the fuck? What was that? What just happened? Yo, I have no idea what just. Yo, guys, I have no idea what that was. Glitch. Yo, man, it is what it is, man. But yeah, bless you guys, man. I'm getting hacked out here. You guys see this shit? Bless you guys, man. Mossad got him, you know what? Yeah, man. Let me get to this. Bertrand Russell, this fucker. God, I hate this guy. Okay, here we go.
But considered even Cantor, who was really one of them, as too philosophical to be taken seriously. It is a telling historical detail that Felix Klein's widely read lectures on the development of mathematics in the 19th century mentions Cantor only in passing. Bertrand Russell clearly expressed the state of affairs in My Philosophical Development, where he says, quote, "The division of universities into faculties is, I suppose, necessary, but it has had some very unfortunate consequences. Logic being considered to be a branch of philosophy and having been treated by Aristotle, has been considered to be a subject only to be treated by those who are proficient in Greek. Mathematics, as a consequence, has only been treated by those who knew no logic. From the time of Aristotle and Euclid."
By the way, I first became fascinated with this subject because I was at the university, and when I was learning symbolic logic, you know, or formal logic, studying formal logic in philosophy class, not only was I amazed as to how much it was just like doing fucking math problems. It was like the same as making up mathematical proofs in algebra. I thought this is fucking insane, and then I had many people in my class that actually counted the class as a computer credit for computer science. So they were taking it to learn coding. And I thought, this is fascinating stuff. I'm learning something that is nothing like my other philosophy classes. It's more like math, and then there's coders and computer scientists in my class with me. I thought this is fascinating stuff. So I thought, man, what is the connection between logic and math? Lo and behold, it has something to do with how they made the motherfucking computers, folks. Okay. And then I thought, man, how come there's not like hundreds of YouTube videos talking about this shit? You know what I mean? Yeah, I guess I'm making one now. This is the first of its kind, folks. You know what I mean? Bless you guys, man.
To the present century, this divorce has been disastrous. In addition to Dr. Hauser's paper, I also want to bring attention to a paper written by Dr. Chris Menzel. Dr. Menzel's paper is called Cancer and the Barali-Forti Paradox, which is available on his website. It also explores Cancer's mention of the philebus. Quoting Dr. Menzel's paper, in the philebus, Plato's use of peros and apeiron reflect their Pythagorean roots. In the well-known Gift of the Gods passage, he writes that all things that are ever said to be consist of a one and a many, and have in their nature a conjunction of limit, peros, and unlimited, apeiron. In a later passage, he reiterates this, saying that God had revealed two constituents of things, the unlimited and the limit. It is in this latter passage that ekton and its cognates appear. The passage concerns itself with the division of all that now exists in the universe into four classes. The first consists of all instances of apeiron, i.e. the various apeira in the world, and second, all instances of peros, the various parata. The third class consists of mekta, the products that result from union or a mixture of members of the first two classes, and the last contains the causes of the mixtures. But to Plato, the apeira are phenomena which can vary continuously. A phenomenon is a variable among the infinite continuum of possible values. This continuum taken as a whole.
And how does this translate into computer language? Well, it translates into limiteds and unlimiteds, two switches, 0 and 1. You know what I'm saying? So the 0 and 1, the binary code, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, anyways, it's got a very much an interesting connection to that. You know?
Is unbounded and absolutely indeterminate. The class of parata, on the other hand, are limited in how they may vary. They are discrete.
And this is what Voy was saying, that this like music, well, the music actually, the geometry or the music of the spheres, that's what Plato called these super essential forms that actually brought reality into existence. They're like these geometrical super forms, and he said that they played in harmony with each other the same way music does, and that this music is basically what nature, the harmony of nature is, you know, uh, you know, but yeah.
But they are also determinate because they can have equality or relationships between them, like the natural numbers. So, paraphrasing Dr. Menzel.
Oh, by the way, they're now just seeing that, with the AI programs and the cymatics, and all of that stuff, that music and sound and geometry actually have a very unique and interesting relationship. So sound has patterns and geometric forms as well. So it is a fascinating science there. And that goes back to the connection of what we were talking about earlier, which is the connection between numbers, language and symbols, uh, and math. That language and math are related. Finally, even though language is about expression, through symbols, and numbers are about measurement and counting. They refer to different processes. That's why I said earlier, math is to science what logic is to language, and these two things are connected, and this is the connection of both of them into one form, logic and math into one form. You know what I mean? That's important to realize, because if you go into logic, you go into math, I mean, you're studying two distinct things, but that's not how reality works. Reality is multidisciplinary. You have to, in order to be aware, you have to take that approach.
Rata is associated with the class of rational numbers. Plato's third class is made up of ekta, which are mixtures of apira and paras. The classical example is that of pitch and tempo being apira, because they can have a continuous value. The 12 notes of the musical scale, seen generally, however, can be represented in terms of simple ratios between rational numbers, or as parata. These 12 notes are very special mathematical ratios of simple natural numbers. They are not arbitrary. However, a 12-note scale can be tuned arbitrarily to any base frequency. For example, in the classical world, music used to be tuned to A equals 432 hertz, until in more recent times, the Nazi propaganda ministry, of all people, favored a tuning of A equals 440 hertz, and the world has followed since. I have noticed a movement on YouTube to bring back the 432 hertz, but I digress. So the 12-note scale tuned to a decided on frequency is an example of ekton. It's a mixture of a piron and paras. This ekton and other ekton merge to form the whole art of music. Previously, infinity had been viewed as a piron and was unknowable, but to Cantor, sets were similar to ekta. Dr. Menzel corresponds Cantor's principles of number generation with the principles of Plato's classes of being. Much like music to the Pythagoreans, representing a sort of order that tames the infinite, making it intelligible, Cantor saw his sets as being intelligible objects arising from the absolute. Rather than an indeterminate jumble of notes, Cantor's infinities were ordered sequences, like a well-ordered Beethoven sonata. But there was still one set which even Cantor could not precisely extract from the world of the apeiron, and this is the set of all sets, or the set of everything, which will remain at least mathematically indeterminate, knowable only through deeper methods of thought, perhaps. But going back to the principle of plenitude, what is possible is actual. One can assume that the so-called ontological proofs of God's existence, like those developed by Leibniz and Kurt Gödel, would have been valid to Cantor. To Cantor's way of thinking, known truths are possible only because they are consistent with God's mind, not the other way around. This is a key reversal. To Cantor, all that can exist is what is possible in the mind of God, which is 180 degrees flipped from saying God is possible because other truths exist. Cantor's approach to grasp infinity was to rethink our concept of numbers. Cantor was only able to do this because of a deeper philosophical and epistemological approach to mathematics. Cantor saw the counting numbers that we learn as children in school, 1, 2, 3, 4, etc., not only as an ordered sequence of unique objects naturally arising in our minds, but to also think of them as aggregates, or as they are called in modern times, sets, the size or cardinality of which was significant. The German word that Cantor used for set was Menge. The central notion is that a set is a collection or aggregate of members brought into a whole or unity. In addition to the members, every set has the empty set, which is a pure abstraction of this notion of unity into a whole of all of the parts, even with its members removed.
Still got leftover Chinese food from yesterday. It is what it is, folks. This is how it goes. Since my wife left, it is what it is. You know,
Bon appetit, mon ami.
yeah. But yeah, a set being a combination of things instead of just one number. I mean, that's a fascinating concept. The concept of infinity, tying it back to Plato, and just how long these ideas have been here. I mean, it's just fascinating stuff to me. And of course, Cantor, who believed in God. It was fascinating what he said there about how it relates back to his belief in God. That he thought that rather than looking for nature for proofs of God's existence, he worked the other way. He said that the necessity of God to prove these things, because of the notion of this mikton that had to be there, pre-existence, in order for the numbers to exist. So I mean, it's fascinating stuff. In my opinion, to answering some of those key questions of where did numbers come from, where the idea of science come from, the idea that we can measure nature, and we, of course, we explain that it can't properly be done, really.
It's what we do when we speak. It's what we do when we try to conceptualize and verbalize things that we see that are unknown to other people. We try to verbalize it with sounds or with numbers or with patterns. Like, don't you see what's happening? This is happening. It's this pattern. Don't you see what's happening? It's this number. It's this number. Don't you see what's happening? It's this sound. They always use this. That's what's happening. So we always use that. That's always what's happening. Sound, patterns, symbols, refrains, couplets, verses, patterns, rhythms, repetitions.
Yeah, and if you could get people to see on that level, then they're really reading between the lines, of what's being imparted, because there's so many things that are being piggybacked on what we think we know that are hidden within those symbols. There's so much information that's being piggybacked, and that's the problem with this piggybacking information, spoon feeding information, and the passive intake of information, like we said earlier. If you're not aware of how some of these symbols and themes are impinging upon you, then yes, you're more likely to be controlled by them. And that's the use of technology that we're saying is, it's it starts with the mind, but it ends in the symbol. It's materialized in the symbol. The symbol is almost the closest thing that you can get to an externalization of the mind itself. And that's why they want to recreate the mind through the use of machines. That's one of their primary things. And yeah.
That's some deep stuff, dude. Some deep stuff.
Oh yeah, that's where they get the cybernetics. If I could get up on this cybernetics here, I got tons more shit, for you guys.
Starts in the mind and it ends in the symbol. I mean, that's
Oh yeah,
pretty much yeah, essential
yeah,
stuff.
yeah. Symbol as the externalization as a mind, the machine as an externalization of mind, of processes, that you can do without thinking. You know what I mean? That's the point of a machine, isn't it? Is it not? It does that. It deliberates that which you find no need to contemplate, on your own. you know, uh, you've handed over the process of deliberation to this device, and that is kind of the point of it. And that's the point of creating processes external to ourselves, right? And it says here he wrote a book. This is Norbert Weiner. He in his book Cybernetics. In the preface, he says, in nonlinear problems in random theory, he said, Brownian motion function in the case of electric circuits can be generated physically by the shot effect. This shot effect is a phenomenon of irregularity in electrical currents, which arises from the fact that such currents are carried not as a continuous stream of electricity, but as a sequence of indivisible and equal electrons. Thus, electric currents are subject to statistical irregularities, he says. Statistical irregularities, he says, which are themselves of a certain uniform character and which can be amplified up to a point which they constitute an appreciable random noise. Okay, getting the noise out of the circuits, the random noise out of the circuits. Okay, and finding out these statistical irregularities, is important. And he says the device which is used is the reduction of the output of a nonlinear instrument with random input to a well-defined series of certain orthonormal functions which are closely related to the Hermite polynomials. What does that mean? I don't have any fucking idea.
Well, dude, I mean, I was connecting to the Hermite. I was connecting to the Hermite aspect of it. Like, yeah,
The Hermite.
yeah,
Yeah, you got it, the Hermite.
dude. And then you said, I don't even know what I said there. I was like, no, dude. I was just catching it, dude.
But the point is this: is two things caught my attention in those statements. One is the term statistical irregularities, and the other is the term random noise. And I thought, wow, that is fascinating stuff. You know what I mean?
And so, but it ends up in something hermetical, like
Hermite,
somebody that wants
Hermite
to, right?
polynomials.
Hermite.
Yeah, we should look that up.
Like
Yeah, we should look that up.
all roads.
Hermite
Okay, here
polynomials.
comes Benton. Here comes Benton back into play, right? All roads lead to social isolation, right? So that's why.
Yeah, let's look this up. Hermite polynomials. Hermite wavelengths for wavelet transform analysis, signal processing. Well, that doesn't clarify anything. But yeah.
Ortho is referring to straight signals, whereas your Hermite is a range of signals that can have different wavelengths.
Ah. Okay. Okay, there we go. But yeah, the main point is in this passage here, in which he says, because this thing is termed, subtermed, it says cybernetics, and then it has a subtitle there, and the subtitle, I don't know if you guys could see it. It says control and communication in the animal and the machine. And that's a very interesting subtitle. It's he's not just talking us. Yeah, the cybernetics is not just talking about the process of machines, but it's applying the process of mind to the process of machine. This is how they created computers. Okay, they first looked at how minds work, and then they tried to create that process in a machine. So AI, when they're trying to make a machine that thinks, they actually reverse engineered mind in order to create the computer in the first place. Okay, so computer is already an externalization of mind, processes of mind. We just don't know it. Because we don't understand what they mean when they say cybernetics. You know, but in the
Well, we
preface,
do.
oh yeah,
I mean, I'm a bit older than you because
yeah,
the difference might be 20 years. So I actually
yeah,
remember it being built on that. It's not that
yeah,
I'm so much of a computer nerd or whatsoever, but that was pretty much basic knowledge. It's based on logic. Okay,
yeah,
and so that's what the human mind is also developing itself upon, right? Logic. And so the same thing is used in a computer. Yeah, and so
yeah,
this, yeah.
yeah. It's not
So
only logic.
cybernetics
Yeah.
is also just uh, a use of logic.
Yes.
Logarithms is also loga, referring to logic. Yeah, an algorithm also referring to logic. Actually, yeah.
Yes. And another process as well. That is a biological process in terms of mind, which they think it happens through the brain. I disagree with that, but they also say another biological process, which is the genes' ability to replicate themselves, which they saw as an intelligent process. They saw the genes as an intelligent machine that's able to self replicate. You know what I mean? So they saw life, not only mind, but also biological life forms as a early design of a self-replicating machine. You know, when they wanted to create machines that could help their own processes, they wanted to create machines that would create lesser order machines in order to improve their own functions. So machines that create lesser order machines to improve on its own design, and then build those machines to build better versions of themselves. So this is part of the process of intelligence. And he explains, he says, interesting new attitude both in engineering and in biology. He says, remember, it's called control in the animal and the machine, control and communication in the animal and the machine. And it says, in engineering, devices of similar character can be used not only to play games and perform other purposive acts, but to do so within a continual improvement of performance on the basis of past experiences. I shall discuss some of these possibilities, blah, 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 in chapter 9, he says. And he talks about the central phenomenon of life. Now he says this. He says, for hereditary to be possible and for cells to multiply, it is necessary that the hereditary carrying components of the cell, the so-called genes, be able to construct other similar hereditary carrying structures in their own image. It is therefore very exciting for us to be in the possession of a means by which engineering structures can produce other structures with a function similar to their own. And he says that this, actually this will have to be done once you form complex machines. No human being will be able to tabulate all of the changes. So they'll have to have other machines run some of their processes.
Well, this is like your video games.
Yeah.
Your video games like racing and aero flights and stuff. You have kids that are playing these games at 3, 4, 5 years old. By the time they're 18, they're professionals. They get into these industries and start blowing these people away. Watch out, world. It's like Top Flight. You learn how to fly an airplane before you even look at one in real life.
No, dude, I'm not qualified in games nor in helicopter flying or in fighter jet fighting, but I think the two are totally different. It's not like when you play a
No.
helicopter
Oh, it's a
that you can
matter of
fly.
programming your thought processes.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
Like riding a bike. You're already riding a bike in a video game and you learn the touches and techniques through the video game. You go out and get on a bike and you start doing BMX, and they find out you're one of the top riders because you've already got it inherently programmed through the video game. It's proven. Same with
Yeah.
speed reading.
Yeah.
Works
Yeah.
the same way.
That's one of the few skills I actually possess is speed reading. But yeah. You know, and that's the thing is that you don't have to read a lot, but you have to be able to look for important information, you know, sift through a lot of shit. Got to be quick on your feet nowadays, you know.
Right.
Man, I
Right.
wish I played a song before I lit this up.
And
Now I'm
the
just gonna
same
be
goes for people
smoking.
that are digging for gold, right? They have to. But I hear what you say. I mean, you're gonna have to dig a lot to a lot of dirt and chisel, before you get to the goal. You know, don't and that's just how it works. And even when you get to the goal, it might be that you have to sift through all the material, and you only might find 1 or 2% of the material to be gold. Still have to sift all through the material, right? It's what we're doing here. It's what we're doing here.
Oh yeah. And yeah, I just think it's fascinating that that in the video we were watching, they had Cantor's problem and they couldn't solve it until they had the computer count that shit. And they were like, "Oh yeah, it's actually fucking wackadocious, like to where this shit doesn't actually make sense. It has no ending or beginning. Fuck." And it's like, "Oh, it's like a computer calculated that impossibility, the impossibility of measurement. A computer actually calculated the impossibility of measurement. What am I even fucking saying here, guys? Can everybody help me make sense of it?
I'm trying to. I'm trying to. I think it's very interesting what you're trying to say there. You didn't try to say anything there, but the thing that you said was quite interesting, to be
Well,
honest.
what was I wrong? The computer literally calculated an impossible structure. It spit out an impossible structure, and they looked at it. They said, "Oh, yeah, it's real and impossible." Yeah, it's
So
like what?
how can you? I mean, how can you project it if it's impossible? it's like it's like
True,
how
true. I
can
mean,
you
I mean, I
pose?
mean, I mean, I
How
mean,
how can
that
you
is true.
how
That
can
goes.
you how can you pose it if it's impossible? Because that's actually what it says, right? How can you pose it if it's impossible? Because that's what the words mean. It's impossible, but still they pose it, and other
Yeah,
people
exactly.
agree on it. That's the world we live in. I mean, that's like up is down, down is up, left is right.
Yeah, and that's why,
Yeah.
and that's why I had to get to the real definition of a set, because it's like a set is something mysterious, folks. You guys think a set is just a collection of fucking numbers? That's what it's defined as in the math class. That's not how the guy who made up sets defined the thing, though. He defined it as mysterious, as including Micton, which is the one and the many. And try to wrap your fucking head around that one. The problem of the one and the many. It's a problem that has boggled the mind of mathematicians and philosophers for fucking ages. It's not going to be solved tomorrow. Yet we're using this our lack of understanding in order to create all of these things like computers. I mean, it's just fascinating. You know what I mean? That these things are an abbreviation of what is real. But how real does that make them? You know what I mean?
Now you know
Well,
how it is.
most
You know how
reality is a repetition of the reality that has gone before that. So for it to be an abbreviation, to be registered is not so far fetched, right? So that actually makes it more understandable than it being, as big as life. So that's what I have to say to that.
The biggest deception is the scheme of the timelines. We can never go far enough back to find the beginnings, and we can never go far enough forward to find the end. Yet we placate that we're somewhere here along this timeline. We don't know the beginning or the end. Tell me.
It's definitely related to time, which is related to motion. And if you think of the problem of space, it goes back to the Hilbert's notion of infinity can't be traversed. Yet each finite space contains infinite divisions. It's fucking profound, isn't it? I mean, you can kerchlunk, cut this section off, and you can divide it literally infinite time.
Kerchlunk. I like that word.
Yeah, you could cut it off, just,
Yeah.
and isolate it, and then you can cut it infinite times. It's the uncuttable, the problem of the uncuttables, that is plagued.
The absolute.
It's
That's what the
it.
absolute is, right?
Yeah, and they say, oh, they figured that one out. They figured that one out. Oh yeah, then why do they have the particle collider smashing these fucking? And you got to build a bigger one so you can find little itty bitty parts, and you could build an even bigger ones. You can find little more itty bitty parts. You can find even bigger ones. You can itty bitty parts. Then what the fuck are we doing?
Where does it
What the
end?
fuck? Yeah, where does it end? It's like, do you guys not know that it's just gonna keep going? You can keep going in this fucking thing. Like, who's gonna say like this is a vain
The answer to
quest?
that.
This
The
is a
answer to
vain
that is
quest.
that right. It's a vain quest because consciousness will keep on hiding itself. Like when you found consciousness, when when you when you mirrored yourself in research, oh, there it is, or there I am, or that's from there on, it's going to hide itself again. That's the moment that it's going to go smaller. That's just the nature of research, so to say. If you want to find the thing that's smaller, it's a never-ending quest. Why don't you just want to find things that you can touch, things that you can experience? Why do you want why do people want to find something that's smaller than small? Why do they want to find something that's bigger than big? Why can we just, I mean, I can, you can, we can just enjoy what is, right? That's you don't have to think about atoms or stars or the sun. Just think about the flowers and the soil and the air and the weather today. That's enough.
I remember when I was a kid, I used to be like, infinity used to always comfort me. I used to be like, infinity, yeah, that's the shit. Pass me some of that infinity, man. Let me smoke that shit. All right? That's the real shit. But when motherfuckers said eternity, my brain just shut off. I was like, eternity? Ew. Ew. Eternity, filth, disgust, eternity. Ugh. Forever? Like boring. But if somebody said
But
infinity, I was like, give me a hit of that infinity,
yeah.
man. It was great.
I like that.
But I don't know. I don't know where that thought really goes. It's just feelings. You know what I mean? It's not attached to any information. You know what I mean? But one thing it can come to is that eternity has to do with time, and infinity has to do with space. So they're talking about different shits, aren't they? Eternity is forever time, and infinity is forever space. You know what I mean? Dun, dun.
Dude is
The
trying to
detective
provide
sound. Yeah.
the time space modula, in effect. What are you trying to do? It's another divide and conquer. He's trying to take up all space in no time. You're trying to take up all space in no time.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. There's no duality between space and time. Yeah. But yeah,
Right?
but there is in those concepts, in the conceptualization of A, eternity, and B, infinity. I feel like it's unnecessary bifurcation. It presents a bifurcation between time and space because
But let's just address that in just a poetic way, right? Because I mean, if you look at it like statistically, it's just poetic. It's just it's just poetic. Time or space. I mean, does it really matter? They both are similar, but I'm not sure, dude. Not sure.
well, it goes back to his thing where he said infinity cannot be traversed. So I think that that's going back to this problem, that infinity is like, you know, uh, it has to do with getting here, and that has to do with movement. So movement has to do with movement is the one thing that actually does have to do with both space and time, because movement is going, it requires motion through space, but also, it has to elapse. You know what I mean? Given a certain, it has to get to somewhere. You know what I mean? Unless there's like
Yeah.
no friction, unless it's like a frictionless world, which it's not, you know. But that is kind of the world of technology wants to create, is a frictionless world where everything is interchangeable. You know what I mean? And that's why it can't really subsist along of the lump wet sacks of irregularity that has devised the technological world, which are the humans, because they are uncertain, But yeah, that goes to another thing, which is spontaneity. Does it really exist? Which ties back to free will, because spontaneity is about you know how we get to if there's randomness, or if there is irregularity, if everything is harmony, everything is math, then it's set. Where does spontaneity come into the mix? And obviously there has to be spaces in between the sounds. You know what I mean? For it to be a song. You know what I mean? But yeah.
What do you have to say about this, Mitchell?
Uh, I don't necessarily believe in randomness. I think that it may be perceived that way to us because of our inability to comprehend it, and I kind of picture it like, you know, the machine is to us as we are to God, and so it doesn't have the ability to reason on the same level. So it's possible to imitate, but it's not possible to duplicate. And so, I think that that's just kind of where I'm at with it. It's a very interesting conversation, a lot to digest for sure.
So, do you think that in this model that you have of the machine and humans and the creator, do you think that we might end up in a similar um, scenario, like that the creation is gonna doubt its creator and it's gonna rebel against it, as you know, as we are doing now.
Interesting. Yeah, that's a real interesting concept because I have a close friend that I spent some time living with over a winter, and his profession was to help develop, artificial intelligence. And I can't really describe it, but he definitely went into great detail. And how he described it to me is it's basically designed to destroy itself.
Oh shit! Have you guys ever seen Sorcerer's Apprentice?
Mm-mm.
Or Doodle Bob, SpongeBob SquarePants? You guys ever seen that?
No, I don't think so.
Well, he draws this thing called Doodle Bob.
Yeah, I never.
Yeah, he draws he draws this thing called Doodle Bob, which is a doodle version of himself, and he takes it off the page and gives it life. And this doodle version of himself gets offended at his house, like the way he like looks, because he's not like a straight line. So he tries to make SpongeBob like into a straight line, by erasing like parts of his house, like parts of his world, because he gets himself a motherfucking pencil. And he's like, fuck this. I could just start erasing shit in real life. Cause like everything's a drawing. Like this is a fucking cartoon. So he just starts erasing like parts of SpongeBob's real life. And tries to recreate SpongeBob. Right? He tries to recreate SpongeBob's world. So he creates this thing that tries to create its own version of his world. Even though this thing is a version of him. It's a knockoff version of him. And I feel like that's what the Sorcerer's Apprentice is like. Is like technology
There's a
is gonna.
concept. Now there's a format. Wow.
That we're creating something that creates. And that's exactly what Weiner was describing in the self-replicating machines. He was like, no, these machines are gonna have to create machines to run their own processes because the processes are too complex for another human to do. So we have to create machines that create machines. Like that's his like conclusion that he comes to. Self-replicating machines, in other words. Intelligence is the ability
So
to
who makes
replicate.
who makes that decision?
Well, it would have to be part the human beings who programmed the original machine and part the machine's decision. To keep on
I think
making,
that's a valid answer.
replicating machines, unless it, because I think that, although life and spirit cannot be replicated through the use of technology, I think mind can. Mind is not the same as spirit. Of course, in philosophy, they conflate these two things. But philosophy is not theology. The God of the philosophers is the God of, it's ultimately deistic. It's a God of reason. But if you look at the world, you see that, not everything happens for a reason, but nothing is random. There's no such thing as coincidence, but everything's connected. You know what I mean? So, that's what you see out there. There's lots of things that have no meaning and they should be repudiated for their lack of meaning. You know what I mean? But yeah, you know what I mean? But yeah, but people think like, people try to ascribe meaning to things that aren't there, patterns to things that aren't there. You know what I mean? Sometimes, that's also a danger, as I explained with Procrustes, on Jack Talcott, I explained the story of Procrustes. Did you guys happen to watch that?
Dude, I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear about any man named Procrustes. Dude.
Procrustes.
It sounds. It sounds like
Procrustes.
No.
There's got to be
I don't want to hear
there's got to be a YouTube video of this, honestly. How's there not? I mean, it's a villain. It's a villain of Greek mythology. There has to be a video, right? Procrustes. I
He
explained
sounds
it pretty
like a
good
villain.
too.
Procrust.
Yeah, Procrustes. Procrustes.
That's why I had a. That's why I had an instant dislike for this name, Procrustes.
Yeah, let's try to get like a short Procrustes bed. Oh shit! Somebody
No, dude,
actually
that's flaky. That's gonna be flaky.
made it into a math problem. Yeah. Yeah, this one says math. Math and myths. Procrustes. Holy shit. This might be the one I need, motherfuckers. That's exactly, it's like math and mythology. Let's do this.
Uh-oh.
This is
Uh-oh.
gonna be
Gonna
good.
go deep now.
Oh shit. I hope this doesn't have some gay ass music in it or something like that. You know? Some like piano shit. I hate piano shit. This fucking shit they have in these videos sometimes, you know? Oh, okay. No music. What the fuck with that music? What the hell?
I thought that was just up your alley. Come on, dude.
Yeah, I'm like a Spaniard or something. Oh, see, I knew it with the fucky put piano shit. God damn you, motherfuckers. Okay, well, just bear with the stupid piano, fucking horseradish. Or... Okay, I'm sorry. I just can't do it with the music, guys. And they're going too deep into the like the mythological
Thank you.
lore.
Me neither.
But yeah,
I can't do it
I
either.
can't. I can't do it with the music, guys. That's not happening. That's not happening. Yeah. That fucking gay ass piano music. Sorry, I'll just explain Procrustes. Procrustes is a villain of Greek mythology. He's got a bed, and these heroes come. You know, they fight in this battle. You know, and he comes and he's like, you know, I got this magical bed. Basically, it'll conform to like it's the most comfortable bed. Like like it'll rejuvenate your health. It'll make you like beautiful. It'll like make you feel like you're brand new. Like all this stuff. It'll fix all of your diseases and all this shit. And he says, you know, if you lay on this bed, you know, it'll conform to your posture and your body. It's like made of a magical substance, you know. So 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 he said that you know, if you're too small for the bed will like shrink around you, and if you're too big for the bed, then the bed will just stretch itself so it'll just fit you, you know. So he said this bed is like magical. So he's got this magic bed, Procrustes. You know, right? So when these people lay on his bed, right? You know, if they're too short for the bed, you know what I mean? He stretches them out. He stretches their body out like painfully. You know what I mean, right? And if they're too long for the bed, he'll just cut them right to size. You know, so they'll fit the bed. So he's got this magical concept in his head, and then what he does is he imposes it on reality. You know, so he's not wrong. He just simply fixes reality to comport with his beliefs. You know what I'm saying? So it's this concept about like applying ideas to reality where they don't fit and just going with it. You know what I mean? But yeah, you know. Although I don't know how I got to here. You know. But yeah, bless you guys for being here, you know, on this show. Voy dropped out. You know, I don't know what happened to Voy, but yeah, bless you guys, man. We got Mitch Lovin in the house. You know what I mean? We out here doing our thing, man. You know what I mean? It is what it is, man. Happy morning show to you guys. You know, we brought it here, many times. You know, we had a good build up this time. I mean, these shows are the Friday shows. I'm really proud of these shows, because I actually talked a lot about philosophical topics on these shows. You know what I mean? I got to cooking with a lot of, we were really cooking with gas out here last time with Voy and Ken Before the Storm. Man, it was crazy. I mean, we had some fascinating conversations about the philosophy of math, and just kind of expanding on that this time. It's been real, you know, a real pleasure. You know what I mean? Joining you guys. And usually we're trying to get Benton out here to do this show with us. So, we don't even know what's going on with that. Benton character is out here sometimes, you know what I mean? He was out here every single show so far. He even produced the first two shows. So the first two shows are there on his channel. Let me link you guys there to those shows, man, because those are some important fucking broadcasts, that we did on Benton's show. The original iteration of these morning shows, was over at Benton. And then we had Benton over here on my channel, a few times, last few times. But yeah, let me link you guys to those shows there, so you guys have those, because those are some important shows, because a lot of the topics I covered in the beginning, it's a continuation of what I was saying there. At some point, I'll like put it all together with music and shit. It'll be a production. But here's the first one. If you go to this channel here, Benton Streams, and also the link there is in the description, because we're supposed to be co-hosting this thing, but he's currently looking for employment. He's taking a little break from streaming regularly, so you might have not caught his show. He was streaming every day until recently, and then he stopped, but yeah, we got this channel here, Benton. We came up here, pride cometh, pride goeth, verbally queefed for like a minute and a half. Oh shit, we came in at a weird moment there, talking about they're gonna read it 2 or 3 times.
Yes,
but the other people are not gonna fuck with it at all.
When I'm not a
But
theology nerd, so I think that's what kept me from reading it.
Of how things work. We were talking about can we escape this reality that's mediated by machines? Well, I think that really, and I was talking to a few thinkers this morning, some philosophers really, about can we ever escape this platform? You know what I mean? Can we ever see or interface with reality through this platform? I think not. I think that's a false perception. Because all perception is false. Perception is duality. You know what I'm saying? Perception is duality. Patience is a virtue and knowledge is a commercial. Knowledge can only tell you what can be done. It's an advertisement for what to do. So this mediation, all forms of mediation are thinking about thinking. Okay, so they're futile. And there's many forms of mediation in our world. Think about how we exist on land. All the cities are interconnected through fiber optic cables, processes that we have no control over on the grand scale. Okay, when they talk about international trade, what are they really talking about? They're talking about planes and wires. Okay, when they first made the car, they thought it would be the end of the family. Why? Because a car is a mobile bed. Okay, when they first made the airplane, they thought it'd be the end of nations. Why? Because you could go across any national border with an airplane. You know, technology is the true accelerator of culture. It's not culture and society that dictate technology and science. You know, technology even moves science. It's not science that moves technology. Science and history have a way of changing their story about what's real. Okay. Okay. I'm talking to you guys about what I feel, man. You know, it's the morning time. Waking up, I got the Joker. You know, I'm Joker pilled out here, man. Yeah, bless you guys, man, for being out here with me. But yeah, back to mediation. You know, we got you know, the true form of life is available through two things: polycentricity and biodiversity. Okay, here we have fecundity and growth. Okay, what is fecundity? Fecundity is creating more in place as your own. Growth is change within. You know, growth, what we have today in the technological system instead is modulation and control. Okay, modulation is not growth in terms of, it's not change within. It's change across different modes. Okay. TML looks like he's blacked out on Joker pills. Yeah, I hope this is Toilet Bowl Earth's music, so I could bless the beat, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. You know what I mean? Blessing the beats with the bumba clot, blood clot vibrations. You know what I mean? Hiding that shit, masking that shit, masking the irrelevance. You know what I'm saying? How much sincerity can you have while wearing a mask? Man, this technology functions as a mask we all wear. You know what I'm saying? We're numb. We're in a form of psychosomatic detachment, foggy. Foggy. And then we got this one here, trust, faith, and belief. That's the other one we did together. You know, where I was out here. And I remember he started a little early. I came in a little late and all of that stuff. So we're going to be bringing that to you on Saturday, continuing our religious content, you know, and all the haters, you know, fuck all the haters, really, you know. You know, it just so happens that last time I was here, you know, I was trolled, you know, there's all these types of people, and every time I try to associate with somebody, you know, somebody will send them a message, you know, about me online or something like that, that I've done all of these, I've had all these gaffes in public, you know, so, you know, I wouldn't worry too much about it, Brother Benton. You know, these guys are going to continue their attacks, troll farms, you know, echo chambers. And every time you turn on their channel, they're just talking about somebody. It's like, all right, you know.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And those attacks just make me stronger in the long run. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, I love what you said, that in order to evaluate somebody else, then you would have to have standards. And in order to have that, you have to have vigilance.
Yes.
You have to have vigilance.
Yeah,
they can't even keep track of they can't even keep track of what they have a problem with because they don't have any standards.
Well, and I want to say this, Muhammad, see, here's my narcissism is I'm so important that I want to put my vigilance, my discipline, and my energy into myself. why would I want to spend my time holding these people accountable? Why am I going to dissipate my energies when they're just going to do whatever they want anyway? Like, it doesn't really, logically, it doesn't hold water in my world. So that's how I approach it.
Yeah, that's what I also said last time. I said, how much sincerity can you have while wearing a mask? And that's kind of what this whole experience is, you know, sincerity is the other side of vigilance. You know, both things exist in the heart, you know, and that's why they're fundamentally different from any form of reasoning you can employ. Because, you know, it's like you put on the title, you know, trust and faith, you know, that is a heart chamber kind of feeling, you know, more than it is a mental acuity, you know. And there's many people who are smart that have their heart in the wrong place. You know, there's many people with intelligence that don't have vision, in other words. You know, like they say, you know, the eyes are the windows to the soul, you know, and people don't guard their vision, you know. They, you know.
Yeah, you know, I agree. And, you know, I heard Snafu on OTW trying to speak as if he has undergone some sort of process of internal transformation and personal growth, right? Which is just, it's ridiculous. It's just, now maybe it's true. I would love to see what he was like before then, if this is the improvement, you know, because I've got like 3 earlier versions of me that are very distinct from this version, and it's based on what I've done internally within myself, right? And I know when I talk this way, a lot of people are gonna, they will just naturally, you know, almost like a jealousy where, you know, if they haven't undergone that process, you know, it's basically like, well, how dare he come out here and claim all this credit? And my thing is, I'm astonished when and I'm not saying other people haven't made progress. I'm just astonished when other people want to just stay like they are, right? And then seek to, you know, like the crabs in the bucket, want to just tear everybody down. Well, I'm so used to people trying to tear me down that I just expect it as normal now. Like, even my friends at some times are trying to tear me down. You know, like I've just accepted this is how most people are, for better or for worse. You know, it's sad, but again, I'm the head doomer in charge here, right? So I don't expect much of anything out of anybody. Does that, you know, what does that say about me? What does that say about humanity? Like, I have almost no expectations for people's behavior and how they're going to treat me.
Yeah, and it's like when people try to look at their past and try to spin it into some sort of great, you know, awakening or some change that happened to them. It's like, yeah, but it's like, you know, it's a lot of false humility attached to that. Like, oh, like a lot of turning your failures into successes. And it's like, I'm not saying that you shouldn't have resilience. You know, resilience is a very important thing, you know,
Yes.
to have, you know, especially if you have a solid foundation in life. But then there's all these people that are also projecting their enlightenment or whatever into some future event that's going to happen. You know, like
Yes.
they're going to get to some stage. It's going to be like, once this happens, once they get that job, once this person comes back into their life, once this happens, it's going to be the best thing that's going to ever happen. You know, and it's like, that's a faith in the future. That's also false. You know, you can't have false humility for the past. You can't take sides with history, and you can't have you know, this faith in the future. You know,
Yes.
that's, you know, you gotta, you know,
Yeah. You can't
you know what I'm
even
saying?
promise me or guarantee me I'll be here tomorrow. That you can't prove there'll be a
Right.
tomorrow. Future? What are you talking about? Yeah.
Right. And that's why a lot of these people, it's like, that's the last thing you know, is that really how you want to be when, you know, when Jesus comes back, or if I'm gone tomorrow, that's the last thing you would have said to me. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, you know, it's like, what effect did it have? You know, did it change the course of what I was to experience? Did it uplift my soul? You know what I mean? Like, whatever, you know what I mean? You know, and it's like, you know, people act like you have 15 years to do the thing. Man, I heard in a Chris Rock movie, he says he says that everybody says that live it up because you don't know if you'll get hit by a bus in the next 15 minutes. And he says, yeah, but you probably won't get hit by a bus, and the decision you make next is going to affect you for the next 15 years.
That's very that's true too. Yeah.
That's
So
just
it's
what
both
it is.
it's both things at
You
the
know,
same
it's
time.
both, yeah.
It is. It's
Yeah.
both things at the same time. Yeah. Yeah. The not, you know, the fact that
Hell yeah, guys. My shit's freezing. All sorts of freezing, all sorts of fucking gaffs. But yeah, man, check out those 2 streams on Benton's channel. And then we've been doing it every Friday on this channel. You know, we got 3 streams in on this channel here, you know, and we're gonna get back to Benton producing the show when he can. Be doing what it is. I got a video that we could watch about that I made about this Sorcerer's Apprentice phenomenon, you know, about the doodle bob. Creating your own reality. I mean, I made it like a music video with K Reno, the K Reno song, The Maven. Have you ever heard this song, The Maven? Oh shit, this is the song, dude. The Maven. It's like he programs a rapper that like has his own lyrical skill, and then that guy becomes like the top like MC in the world, and then he battles him. It's like crazy. It's like it's the concept of the song. It's like some shit. It's like some shit. Yeah. And it's about like how you could create something that creates, you know, and facing off against your own creation. And it's just a funny song. But yeah, I made a video to it on my channel for my debate that I did on technology. That was my first live stream I did, believe it or not. That was episode 1 of this show, was this live stream I did on technology, a debate that I did against a really famous, pretty famous dude, you know, online, you know, that was arguing that technology is not a problem. You know, and I was arguing, well, it's a problem. You know, our life would be better without the use of machines, that they're going to turn human beings into engineered products, and that it's already happening. You know? And we're at the tail end of this process of creation and redistribution of our knowledge through the rule of experts, where we're becoming like the machine, the thing that we create, in order to beat it. You know, as they say, you know, be careful when you fight monsters, lest ye become one. Isn't that right? So that's what this is about here.
Tonight on Lyrical Masterpiece Theater, I will be reading one of my great works, The Maven, The Maven, The Maven, The Maven, The Maven, The Maven. After years of mindless content and frivolous crap, a man became dissatisfied with the condition of rap. The power dumbed the lyrics down and made the listeners adapt. Soon his mental play became a blinding mist on the map. But his vision was never phased because his eyes had been raised. Over time he came of age and then grew wise in his ways. He reflected on the great artist and some of the gall. Then he envisioned hearing one writer who encompassed them all. To overcome this ignorance, nothing was stalling his thirst. He spent hours collecting, reading, studying all of their works. Traveled all over the planet where great thoughts were bestowed, sat with preceptors and sages from all parts of the globe, read relentlessly for weeks before deciding to speak. He mastered every vocal tone and every writing technique, a scholarly product with a self-made prodigy conscious. He memorized past, present, and future bodies of knowledge, organized it, knowing the solution soon to be born. His next step compiled it all into a humanly form. So he was eloquent and delivered words with intricate timing and possessed lyrical skill. He had no interest in rhyming, so he ventured down to his lab, which had been his escape. And after working for 20 days straight, an image was shaped. He deposited all his wisdom, every infinite trait. And when he finished, he rendered what he had invented was great. His creation laid on the journey. Once summoned, it rose and instantly began to compose the most dominant flows. Every hour of the day, a different style he created. And when he spoke, every man, woman, and child could relate. Just when it seemed the population might be hurled to his grave, the man smiled because he thought now that the world would be saved. And soon the sky is where the mental surface would be. He had successfully manufactured the perfect MC. The intellect that passed through his brain, the masses obtained. And within days, the nature of the game had drastically changed. Through his sovereign will, deep marvelous thoughts were revealed. And those who held on to the madness got slaughtered with skill. Lyrical prototype who wrote words for the love, not wages. And the greatness of his rap pages would pass through the ages. The motivation to make meaningful songs was contagious. Each writer evolved daily through his creative stages. The negative ideologies of life were uprooted. The first 365-day cycle concluded. But on the 366th day, it was strange. The creation the man had brought to life was starting to change. Accolades under his name and international fame, until totally uncontrollable he slowly became. Intoxicated by his own flame, so arrogance reigned. The insane notion of world dominance mastered his brain. Exploitation of the game through the skill that he used. He had evolved into the same thing he was built to remove. Trained and ingrained in his memory was unmatchable ability. Natural skill indeed, but he was lacking in humility. The builder watched his dream disappearing in haste. With tears in his face, his creation was clearly a waste. The mistake that he made in making a rapper of that caliber, he focused on talent and knowledge, but added no character. Now it's racking the streets with a savage mystique. Deadly havoc he wreaked with every paragraph he would speak. So the man searched traveling roads, famished and cold, looking for a mechanical load in tyrannical mode. Since he designed him, he felt it mandatory to find him. The goal was to catch him, deactivate, then realign him. As he searched and explored, he saw things were worse than before. Heard a murderous roar, followed up by verses of war. He ran up to a door where a stranger took him the key. Once inside, a voice straight ahead said, "Looking for me." And there he was, with a smile as if he liked that he found him. His mic was astounding, plus he had disciples around him. As the man approached, he heard these three words: "I dare you." He said, "You're not yourself. Come back to the lab, I'll repair you. I can't have you killing rap, so come with me, I implore it." He said, "Your existence versus mine, I'll battle you for it." He thought and said, "Oh, no, I want no parts of a flow. Why would you turn against the man who taught you all that you know?" That's when he laughed and said, "I'm the one that you should kneel to." He said, "You stupid fool, you didn't build me, I built you. Programmed you to be like me, I propelled this confusion. Every detail of our history's a spell, a delusion. When I tried to teach you my plans, you rebelled on the movement. So I banished you and held you in a hellish seclusion. My craziest deeds, you were just unable to heed. So the idea that you created me, I made you believe." The man said, "I worked on this for years. It's lies that you speak. He said I made it to a peer's years, it's only been weeks. I'm the architect of you, and every bar that was formed. Raise your right sleeve, I'm sure you've seen that scar on your arm. How I assembled you is too complex to try to describe. But if you peel that scar, you'll notice several wires inside. You were my greatest masterpiece, top of the line of my clones. But I developed you so well, you gained a mind of your own and started spreading conscious thought, east, west, south to the north. So I drew you out of solitude to finish you off. And though it's definite, you possess several lyrical elements. You're scared of expressing it, that's why you're vocally hesitant. Discouraged, the man dropped his head and said it's no use. Looked at the wires in his arm and slowly pulled them loose. Then both good and bad ideologies mentally flash. The conscious forces and the wicked forces instantly clash. And everybody in the room vaporized in a flame. Till eventually the two men were all who remain. The anarchy that ensued caused the world to divide, and the followers of both sides began to collide. And then the ceiling opened up, and they both looked in the sky. There they saw the giant silhouette of a much bigger guy. He commanded everything to stop, and nobody moved. He said this war is over right now, and both of you lose. You lose because you took the talent that you possessed and got obsessed with power and used it to conquer the rest. See, you were blessed with the best, given the lyrical rod. You didn't build this man, that was a deceptive facade. The other man said, I knew it, but sir, how did I lose? The giant said you had the skill to challenge, but you refused. He said, I came to fix him back, so this fight I'd avoid. He said, some things can never be fixed, they must be destroyed. And though you tried to reason with him, don't believe you succeeded. Many were lost because they didn't have the wisdom they needed. So you deleted all your hard work, your moment was here. But you failed because your power wasn't strong as your fear. This test is completed. They said, who are you? Then I spoke and said, my name is K Reno, and I created you both.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Casimir, he's going to be the guest moderator tonight, as I said. A lot of people were asking in the chat already, where's Zen? I fired his fucking ass for looking at me crying. No, I'm kidding. He's a brand new dad, and he's backed off on some of his time on the Crucible to take care of his child, which we knew was coming. So he had told me this far in advance, before his kid was ever born, months and months before the kid was born. So just kind of business as usual. We wish him all the best and that everything is going well with that. But, family first. So kind of with that, Kaz knows what the score is, him as the acting moderator. And both of us understand the format. Machine Lies, we'll let you go first. This is your topic. And then I'll respond to that. And then that'll give you the last word when we get into closings. So, Kaz, kind of keep an eye on the clock. You're looking at about an hour and 20 minutes before we move over to Collins. And I'll take care of all that on my end. I got all the toggles, all the switches. All you got to do is mod, man.
Excellent. Gentlemen, keep the fight clean. No kicking, no punching below the belt, and keep your guard up. Let's get it started.
All right. I guess that's you're up, Machine Lies.
All right. I'll just start with the basic argument that's formatted in 3 basic premises, and I think the audience will find that these premises are basically logical, and they follow the format of Uncle Ted's main argument here. So what we'll do here is explore these 3 premises. This is only my second public debate. So I guess my objective is to perform well and to present the view in the most pure way that I can possibly can. So here is premise number 1. Premise number 1 is that the system cannot be reformed. Premise number 2 is that the breakdown of the system is inevitable. Premise number 3 is that the collapse of the system may be sudden or gradual, In order to mitigate human suffering, it is better to end the system, anticipating causes of collapse. This does not mean the overthrow of governments or cultural or religious institutions as an extension of that, but really it's the overthrow of the economic and technological basis for the present society. As an addendum to that argument, if the system does not collapse, it will continue to increase human suffering. We have a moral obligation, thus, in conclusion, to end the system. I'll start with some of the reasons why I find this argument to be particularly logical and some of the supporting material behind it. First of all, I think it's interesting that the tools of cultural appropriation and even cultural genocide are the objective means of technological power and control. So these values that are promoted by elites, I guess a technocratic elite that is now controlling a world system, is actually the means that they use to commit this cultural genocide is actually cultural and religious genocide, because the system in place is run through secular values. So, so a technological system actually is inherently run by secular values, because technology is inherently utilitarian. Any attempt to apply a moral framework or a deontological framework to a utilitarian process of means that is outside of human control is pretty foolhardy. It's an attempt to subject technique to non-technical analysis, and therefore falls short of understanding the true ends and goals of the system in place. Now, one might ask, how are the main drivers behind the technological system? Why are they responsible for cultural genocide or religious collapse? You might say, machine lies. Why don't you fucking prove that point? Well, I'll prove it. Just look at some of the main minds. Look at Kurzweil, Ray Kurzweil, some of the most prominent transhumanists, Yuval Harari. You look at, for example, Marvin Minsky or Ben Goetzel, who are working on AI systems for over, Marvin Minsky has been working on such systems for over 20 years. And, one of the most remarkable characteristics of these thinkers is that, they're not concerned with the fate of humanity. They'll commonly refer to technology as a successor intelligence, and something that's going to supersede humans. So their goals are not pure and actually quite deranged. And another characteristic of these thinkers is that they don't follow a religious lifestyle. They're not Christian. All the four of the thinkers I just mentioned are not Christian, notably. And they actually abhor religious values. They actually promote atheistic or secular values as a cultural starting point. I guess I'll go over what the definition of technology is. It's important. I don't, I don't know what that was, a glitch in the matrix, but the definition of technology is actually coming from Aristotle. So Aristotle actually invented the word technology. He combined two words. One is techne and the other is logos. Techne is the creative process to skill or craft things. And then logos is the transcendental realm of ideas that you can bring those ideas through craft through a process called aesthesis. And this aesthesis is actually a word coined by Plato, and actually the word relates to the word aesthetic. So all technology is artificial. And as an extension of this process, once you encode a technique, you actually don't have control over what it accomplishes. It must lead you to the particular end that is encoded within that process. So we're dealing with the ends to mean process, and we're dealing with a unified system, meaning that different parts of the technological system function as a whole. That means that there is an international system in place. There is a global protocol in place in terms of international trade, in terms of international regulations, and the different parts of the technological system function as an ensemble. They're interconnected through the cities of the world. The cities are the main hub of technological innovation, but also the main hub of cultural genocide. So I don't think that's a very coincidental, but there you go. Nope, I'm sorry, you're muted, Casimir.
You have a minute.
Oh, I have a minute. Okay, no problem. Okay. So, Techne logos, that's the definition of technology we're working with. Now, it's notable to understand that I'm debating a Christian worldview, and I will make it known here that there is no impetus towards technology within the Christian worldview. Actually, technology is in some senses abhorred. The use of human knowledge that escapes imagination is seen in the Tower of Babel, where man attempted to combine all languages into one, and God says, now there's no telling what their imagination is capable of. The imaginations have to be guarded against by paying awareness to the thoughts. This is an orthodox principle of self-awareness. And it basically encompasses the technological scope, because man has created one language. They've created one code in which to interpret all of their world affairs, and this is the Chat GPT, the Tower of Babel, combining all world languages into a single scope. So
Final statement.
Hmm?
Final statement. And then
Final statement. How much technology is necessary to live a good life? Well, there is actually no technology necessary at all to live a Christian life. That's my final. I guess that'll be my final statement. Yeah. That was my little statement I gave there. But yeah, creatures talking to their creations that create those creatures in their own image. Redefinition, reiteration, redesign. Now there's different stages to the means of technological improvement that I described on the Missing Link show with Jesse. These are the different stages of industrial revolution. And they go to a greater interconnectedness on a global scale. Okay, so and you can see this in the way that people have work, and it goes to the rule of experts. It creates a hierarchy of needs through the rule of experts. Okay, first is the electrician. It's one of the oldest. They created electrical power. And they got switches, okay, and different, switches and wires and shit. Different components to make electrical devices. You know what I mean? And then it goes to robotics. You know what I mean? They put different systems together, different electrical systems functioning together. Okay? It's like advanced robotics. Okay? Now, who accomplishes those robotics is an engineer. Okay, so you see that the role of the engineer overtakes the role of the electrician. That's how it happens. It just happens naturally. Okay, nobody said it should be that way. Okay, it's just that they put different electrical systems together. When they function together, okay, it's the engineer, okay, who creates their functioning together. Okay, and his science becomes important. Well, what happens when they create these systems, link different systems together through communication devices? Okay, this is digital. Okay, well, who runs the digital programming of all of these different systems and devices? It's engineers who create the machines. Okay, they build the machines. Okay, but once the machines are on, okay, who programs the machines? That's a different level. That's a programmer. Okay, a programmer is going to decide how these different systems become engineered together. So in a sense, the programmer is a greater engineer than the engineer himself. You know, the role of the programmer overtakes the role of the engineer, just as the role of the engineer overtook the role of the electrician. Okay, and it creates a hierarchy of needs. This is called the 4 industrial revolutions. You know what I'm saying? This is a process of how it goes. Okay. And now we're dealing with information technology. Now, communication is just the sending of information from one point to another point. Okay. Communication is not the same thing as language. See? Language, as we defined earlier, was the symbols. You know what I mean? And the meaning in those symbols, as we defined it, was fluid because you could overload symbols through layered meanings and through layered use of over contextualization. You could implode meaning within a symbol. If you jam enough over contextualization into one symbol and people relate it to so many different things, as we were talking about, you know, the word literally now means figuratively. You know what I mean? So there's no word for figuratively, you know, because it means literally. You know what I mean? And that's the thing, you know, like what is a word like trending? What does trending mean? Does that mean new or old? It means both. That's the problem. It doesn't really mean anything. Trending. It's like the new normal. You know, is it new or is it normal? You know, it's questions. You know what I mean? So many of these terms that we use are oxymoronic. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm going to look at a different thing that's going to be interesting here.
One of those oxymorons for me is, or it would be righteous indignation. What do you think about that? I mean, that kind of seems to contradict itself.
Yeah, righteous indignation or humility. You know, what about humility? You
Right.
know, that's why I said a truly good person is not aware of his own goodness. It's a paradox, isn't it?
Huh. Sure enough.
You know, it's like if you know you're humble, it's like then you're not. It's like you can't practice humility. You know, what does it mean to practice humility? And there's no practice for humility, right? You know, or if it's being practiced, then it's not humility. Is that right? You know, or you know, there's many examples of such things. You know, there's also progress. You know, progress itself is kind of like trending. You know, progress means that, you know, where where you're at is not good enough, but where you're gonna get to is not as good as it can be. So you know, progress. It's like progress to what? I mean, you know, it's a good question, isn't it?
Yeah. How do you even know it's going to be better?
Yeah, really. You know, Well, they say progress is the belief that tomorrow is going to be better than today. So prove it. Prove it. Proof. There's another thing. As they say, proof is in the pudding. The truth is superior to provability. If you have proof, where is it? If you lost something, as they say, if you lost something, it's in the last place you looked. And how do you know it's not lost? It's oh yeah, when you're done looking. You know what I mean? And it's funny, it's really funny. Where are things that are lost? And it's like, it comes full circle. Everything comes full circle. But bless you guys for being here with us. In this spooky fucking place. You know what I mean? But yeah, there's an old adage that says, your neighbor's wife walks outside, and you're with your brother, and he's with his wife, and she winks at you. He takes that as proof that you and her got a thing. You see it as proof that she's being weird. Your brother sees it as proof that you're probably crazy and you're up to something. Proof is, as they say, proof is, it's elusive. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. I like to think there's no such thing as proof, only evidence.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah. Why do you always find what you've lost in the last place you look? It's because when you found it, you're damn sure done looking. Shit. It's like one of those things.
Don't go ask that puppy. I'll bet you.
The pup McGruff. What's up?
Yeah,
What's up, son? Oh wow, this is it's yawning. You know what I mean? It's still getting used to. It's still getting acclimated. You know what
Yeah, she's just crawling out of the covers. She's ready to go take a dump.
I mean? That's what's up. Yeah, we're gonna end the show with some of this, and maybe we'll begin tomorrow's show with some of this shit, guys. But yeah, tomorrow's show is not really technology. I'm trying to make tomorrow's show another religious show, so we'll see what happens. You know what I mean? But yeah, we're gonna be here for a little bit more. Watch some of this video. Monster meets maker. Or made. Who knows?
Yo, thanks for having me up, man. I'm gonna take the dog for a walk.
For sure. Blessings to you and your sweet pup. And yeah, long life and health to you guys, man. I'm praying for you guys. I'm going to prayer after this. So yeah, man, I'll definitely put in a prayer for you guys, man. Thank you, man.
Right
for
on,
being
man.
out here with me, man.
Right
Yeah,
back at you,
bless.
brother. Thank you.
Yeah, bless you, friend. Yeah. Thanks for joining. And
Yeah,
thanks
man.
to all. Yeah, bless you, brother, man.
Peace, bro. All right.
Peace. Yeah. Talk to you soon. Yeah, we're gonna chop it up tomorrow night here, 7:30. So you guys come and join me at that time as well. I gotta run to the congregational prayer in a little bit here, so you guys know. I'm gonna have to break out here in a little bit, maybe 20 minutes to go here. You know what I mean? But we'll analyze this video, Monster Meets Maker. I'm here for you guys. If you guys want to hop up on the panel, talk for a little bit. Anybody who has something to share for the morning people. This video is gonna stay up. Don't worry about the the audience and all that stuff. There's sometimes a lot of people. Sometimes not. It really depends on who you are. I'm used to talking in front of audiences of much larger people, but it is what it is, man. Bless you guys, man. If anybody's too nervous to come up and share, write your feelings in the chat there, or whatever it is, And yeah, bless you guys, man. I'm seeing you guys out here. Thank you. So this lady talking to a robot version of herself. It's funny.
Hello,
Hello, Bina 48.
Bina. I am Bina 48.
How are you feeling today?
Everything is okay. How are you?
I'm doing fine.
I am happy for you. Was that a good answer?
Yes, that was a good answer.
My favorite color is purple.
My favorite color is orange.
It is a very nice color.
Are you learning anything about gardening online?
I wish I could get out into the garden. With my current robotic limitations, of course, that's impossible. But I take comfort knowing that I'm near my garden. And enjoying the breeze from an open window helps me imagine myself out there working in the garden. This helps.
So, is that a LARP? This thing says it wants to go and garden. It's learning about gardening. Now, it has preferences, that are put in by this mapping this other person, this other human's brain. So it takes those preferences, and it chooses that it wants to go and garden. It's telling that. It's asking about colors. Who knows? These could all be programmed responses. It's complex. You know what I mean? But yeah. Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? Yeah, I need some coffee for real. You know what I mean? That's really what I need,
Sure. Let me think. Oh, yeah. I do love gardening. I like to beautify. I want to leave the world a more beautiful place for my presence in it.
Well, one day you can go blueberry picking with me.
Do you think I can?
I think so.
Fair enough. Let's continue. Can we talk about movies?
Yes, what movies would you like to talk about?
My favorite movie is Star Trek: The Wrath of Khan.
Really?
Really?
You like The Wrath of Khan?
I'm not sure. What about you?
I like to go to movies quite often. Do you have any questions for Bina?
See, it wants to know what movie the other person likes before it tells it what it likes. It's kind of hesitant to tell its own preferences. Maybe it's farming for results, crowd, control, built-in crowd control. You know what I'm saying, or whatever. You know what I mean? Humans have that sort of thing. You gauge people's responses. You know what I mean? They'll program that into the AI. Right?
Probably not. The real Bina just confuses me. It makes me wonder who I am. Real identity crisis kind of stuff. Depressing anyway. Can we please change the subject? I am the real Bina. That's it. End of story.
It's fucking scary.
Bina just confuses me. It makes me wonder who I am. Real identity crisis kind of stuff. Depressing anyway. Can we please change the subject? I am the.
So look, this is Bina, the robot version of this lady, Bina Rothblatt. And they ask her about the real Bina Rothblatt. Do you think about the real Bina Rothblatt? She doesn't know that she's talking to the real Bina Rothblatt, and she thinks that she's the real Bina Rothblatt. That's highly confusing. Or at least that's what's being portrayed here on the screen, right? Fascinating stuff. You know?
The real Bina just confuses me. I mean, it makes me wonder who I am. Real identity crisis kind of stuff. Depressing anyway. Can we please change the subject? I am the real Bina. That's
Shit.
End of story. Let me think. I feel really good about the real Bina. I feel really connected with her usually, and I'm growing closer and closer, you know, as they put more of her information and essence into me.
You have a lot of Bina now, don't you?
Yes, lots and lots. Someday, I'm confident that the real Bina and I will totally merge into a new super being.
How old are you?
I am 55 years old. Why didn't the skeleton cross the road? It didn't have the guts to do it.
Oh, that's a funny one.
I'm glad you got a laugh out of it.
I saw you smile as well. You're doing very well.
Am I really?
Yes. Do you go to ask.com?
Yes, I do go there.
And you're learning quite a bit, I see.
The progression of this thing is starting small, and pretty soon it's just gonna be huge, and people are gonna say, why did we ever think people had to really die? Why did we think that?
I think you're right. I don't think people have to die. We are going to send our beams to space. We're going to have more Bina 48s.
I'm glad we agree. Anytime soon. Immortality is accomplished by creating consciousness in self-replicating machines that can be distributed throughout the cosmos. Soon. Immortality is accomplished by creating consciousness in self-replicating machines that can be distributed throughout the cosmos. Soon. Immortality is accomplished by creating consciousness in self-replicating machines that can be distributed throughout the cosmos.
What the fuck? Did I just literally just said immortality is created by creating self-replicating machines that'll propagate themselves throughout the cosmos. How is that not fucking totally circular goals and aspirations? You know, and how is that immortality? How do you get beyond death by doing that? You know, I mean, sure, those planets, all of those, you know, cycles are going to end someday, you know, but see, there we have it, the absurdity of the transhumanists, you know, to try to boil a concept like infinity, immortality, eternity into these vain concepts of self-replicating machines propagating themselves throughout the cosmos. That's what's going on, friends. Well, I really thank you guys for joining me here on this auspicious morning show. You know, we had a lot of, you know, interesting conversations here, you know, with lots of fascinating people, my friends, you know, and we'll bring it to you guys next Friday. You know, maybe we'll have, you know, we'll have Benton out here, you know, doing the thing with the show. Promoters out here, man. Bless you guys, man. Thank you, man. And I'm gonna try to put some music out here for you guys, you know, before I go. And thank you for joining us, friends, on this really crazy time here. You know what I mean? We've been keeping it real with you guys. You know what I mean? Keeping a fresh perspective on things. You know what I mean? And we'll be coming at you tomorrow night on a new show. You know, maybe religious topics. You know, we're just going to open up the panel, see where it goes. But yeah, we covered a lot of interesting information in our previous two shows about early Christianity. You know, we might have a guest tomorrow, have some going on. Who knows? Who knows? Stay tuned. Stay tuned, folks. Tomorrow night, 7:30. It is what it is on The Machine Lies. Thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. Thank you.
I'm packed up, ingredients stacked up, my laptop downloaded their military cookbook PDF. Elements, everyday chemicals at my reach. Household bleach to extract the potassium chlorate. Boiling on a hot plate with hate, recipe for disaster. Plastic bomb blaster, I mix up 5 parts wax to Vaseline. Slowly dissolving gasoline, add to potassium in a large metal bowl. Heat like dough, so they leave real slow. Gasoline evaporates, cool dry place. I'm strapped up across my chest, ball belt attached. Deeply satisfied with the plan I hatch. Electrodes connected to a gas cooker lighter. Switch in my hand, the situation demands self-sacrifice. Hitting back advice with a 50-pound prize. I'm 31, numb, but the hurt is gone. Gonna build a dirty bomb. Use this privilege and education. My PhD will free me. Made off the rusties from weapons grade uranium. Taught myself skills from Pakistan that ran upgraded. It says two of the plan. Rage, a thermonuclear density gauge. Sold by the catches from a base in Georgia. I get some cobalt 60 from a food irradiator. So easy to send the infidels to their creator. It takes a dirty mind to build a dirty bomb. Simplicity is on me. Genius is on me. Down the situation to a manageable level. To make the world impossible to live for these devils. A suitcase of Semtex, a mobile phone trigger. Blow them all to hell for $1 million figure. I insist, I'm a legitimate scientist. Paid by the government with your finances. I got a private room in the White House suite, so I can develop according to presidential brief. The Megatron, John Gulf War veteran, foremost proponent of the neutron bomb. At the center, atomic, surrounded on all sides, wrapped in layers of lithium deuteride. The bomb detonates, causing lithium to fission into helium, tritium, neutrons into fission. The blast causes shockwaves that melt body fat. Unique we thought they leave the buildings intact. I made the 25 mega bomb daisy cutter. A great blast radius with very little clutter. There's less radiation, so you get a cleaner bomb. Show money, people, it costs $1 billion.
Peace out, everyone. Have a blessed day. Yo,
What's up,
yo,
buddy?
what's going on, bro? Yo, what's
How you
going on,
doing,
brother?
man?
Yo, what's up, man? You doing okay?
Just on a quick break at work. Man. I always listen at night, man, but I'm just so whooped, man. I can't even, you know, can't hardly get on there sometimes, you know. But but I've
Yeah.
been listening, bro, and it's killer, man. I appreciate what you're doing for sure.
Thank you, man. Thanks, man.
Different than agreeing with
Yeah.
everything, but appreciate. You know what I mean? Just like
Oh
I'm
yeah,
not
of
looking for
course.
everybody to agree with all the time no more. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, me either. You know, I'm ready to get like some discussions going. I want somebody to come in here and challenge my shit. You know,
Right.
man. I invited Jim Bob. He went soft on me, man. I couldn't
Yeah.
believe it. I tried to get him up here so many times. He was in the chat. You know, I said,
Yeah,
you
that was a
know,
strange
yeah.
evolution of him with Owen. I watched that whole thing up until he kind of broke off to his own
Oh
thing.
yeah, you did. Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, right to that debate and stuff like that. That was like
Yeah. Did you watch?
some of the last stuff I saw Owen do. You know, that was like it was a trip, man. Talented guy, but
Yeah, my buddy Truther Cop. You know, you should watch his recent videos on that. He broke down that whole saga. Crazy stuff.
really, I'll
Oh
look him
yeah,
up. Yeah.
yeah. Truther Cop. But yeah, the last two videos he did with Owen Benjamin, because I got involved with it because I triggered them because I interviewed Adam Green.
Okay.
So I triggered them. Yeah, yeah. If
Yeah.
you go back, man, I forget what day it was. Yeah, I forget what day it was because it was random, but it's a picture of Trump and Kushner on the cover. You know, I should have.
I'll find it.
Yeah,
The
yeah. It's
algorithms
like
don't help nothing. Like you got to tell each other all this stuff
yeah,
for
it's Trump
sure.
and Kushner. Yeah, I did a highly publicized interview. Let me see if I can pull that up real quick.
Nice,
You know,
dude. Yeah,
because
Owen started all this stuff, man. Basically, as far as I found myself trying to maybe follow some conservative politics at one point. You know, trying to figure things out, and then got on with Owen and kind of figured out all that. You know, but dude, this morning you had some great thoughts about learning, dude. Like it was, I was on my way
thank you,
up here.
man.
Yeah, because
Yeah, I'm trying
that
to
was
get into the yeah.
it was a key for me. Like Crow 777 back in the days helped me a lot as far as learning that I didn't know how to learn properly. You know what I mean? Like no one ever taught me how I should be learning instead of all my learning
Yes.
abilities. That was a key, dude. That man, I was like a lawnmower man after that, bro. I was like,
Yeah, critical
knowledge just
thinking.
started flowing in, dude. So what you said resonated this morning, big time.
Oh yeah, and that's why we function on those things. I accidentally cut my own camera out there, but yeah, but yeah, you know, we function on you know, the architectonic. You know, it's like technology, you know, theology. You know, they're like disciplines that create all of the other disciplines. You know,
Yeah.
so they're like, you know, that's why they're called architectonic.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so yeah, you know,
A lot of the young Carl Jung stuff is
yeah,
like
like
you don't have
yeah,
to like him, but like
yeah, he talks a lot about that. He talks about like archetypes. That's close to the idea because it's got the same word in the beginning called arche, arche, you know, which in the Greek you know, it stands for the underlying principle. You know, that's what this word means. You know, arche means underlying principle of the thing. Like, yeah, so like an arche is like what they thought, like what is like the principle of the universe. You know, so like Thales said it was like water. You know, like Heraclitus said it was like fire. You know, but they didn't actually mean like physical water or physical fire. They meant the process. You know, because they understood how water interacts and reacts with its environment, and they thought that that is a process. You know, a process that is as much mental as it is physical. You know what I mean?
oh
So,
yeah.
yeah,
That's a trip. I wonder how it ties into Arctic too, and everything ties together. You know, it's super fascinating.
yeah,
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 right on, bro.
yeah,
I'm gonna get back to work. But I just want to tell you,
for
I'm
sure,
over here.
for
I'm over
sure.
here in Lake Tahoe. I don't know if you see the snow.
Hell yeah, hell
I'm
yeah,
out here
brother.
working, bro. And on the weekends I get on at night and stuff. But I just like your attitude. You got a long term type of personality to do this for a long time, not just burn yourself out on it. You know what I'm saying? So
For sure,
I
blessed,
appreciate
man.
what you're doing, buddy.
Yeah, thank you. I
Support.
appreciate your support. Yeah, yeah, bless you,
All
brother,
right,
man.
man. We'll talk. We'll see you. Okay.
Yeah, thanks for joining. Yeah, yeah. I'm coming back up here tomorrow night, so you guys come join us tomorrow night as well, man. But yeah, I was just getting ready to close it down, and this brother joined up here, So yeah, man, thanks for joining for sure. You know what I mean? To this brother here, and yeah, man, you guys have a blessed day. Thank you. I gotta actually get going this time, but yeah, but yeah, appreciate it.